look at us. This is a great night. This is Thursday night, first of all. So it's already going to be great because it's PM in the PM. It's Pong and Mav in the PM. You know, that means Thursdays are great. However, it's extra special tonight because we do have a guest, as you all can see. One that I am super pumped to finally get on a show with. This dude I've been following for a long time, been watching his content. We're going to get to him in a minute, but this is Starfield excitement as well. This is Starfield hype. You guys know, you've been watching me long enough. You know where Starfield is on my list of anticipation. It's here. Diablo is here, and then everything else is below that, okay? So the fact is, we are on the march to September now. So things didn't turn out quite right. And before we get to our guest, Mav has got sunglasses on, and you know this was one of the homes, one of the temples of the Marchers. Chat, you know that for a fact. We were the Marchers. Today, we're disbanding the Marchers.
It's over.
It's over. It was a good run. It was highly successful. We got a lot of conversation going on in the community. We got some people fired up and triggered. We also had a lot of good times too. We had a lot of good laughs. We had a lot of good conversations. Came with a lot of good theories as well. But as any good cult, when it comes down to it, got to take responsibility when things don't turn out the way they were prophesized. And so, tonight, Mav, got your Kool-Aid, sir?
This might be my last drink.
Tonight, we take the Kool-Aid and we say our goodbyes. But just know, I was hyped to play Starfield, y'all. I was hyped to play Starfield. I'm sorry I had to end this way. Mav,
Yeah. Hey,
cheers, brother.
Marchers in the chat. You know, if you're part of our cabal, if you're one of us, get your drinks out. It's time, because you know when shit hits the fan, when the end is nigh, things don't go our way. It's time because the aliens are coming. So, guess what? It's time to drink this Kool-Aid. Cheers, Pong.
Cheers.
President of the Marchers.
Halsey, it was great to finally be on a show with you.
Yeah.
F in the chat.
Bye, everybody.
Skulls, keep the show going.
Oh, gosh.
Keep the show going.
God. Oh, it's bitter. It's so bitter. I'm still alive. I'm still alive, Pong. What's going on? We got new life. Whoa, we're Septemberers now. Let's fucking go.
September.
Yeah.
Yes,
New life.
yes, let's go.
We're reborn. The rebirth.
It's a terrible name, by the way.
It is. Marchers sounds way better.
September.
Septemberers. Oh my God. No, we are live. We are live. We are pumped. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Hey, delayers, take your victory lap. All you that were in that camp of delay, hey, take your victory lap. You guys deserve it.
It's always a fucking shame when pessimism wins.
Yeah. It is a shame. And I'm not down for the gleefulness that people love delay just to come down on the people who were marchers or people who didn't believe it was going to be delayed. I'm not about that either. But you know what? If you had a great theory, and you said, no, it makes a lot of sense if they move it, and you had all your reasons lined up, I respect that. Again, we never shot down anybody's ideas. The whole thing about the marchers was speculation. God, that Gatorade did kind of crack my throat. Speculating on when that thing could drop, when Starfield could come. We only all knew what they had told us, which was the first half of 2023. And that's all that whole movement was about. Skulls even talked about it on some shows. He thought there was a possibility it could go early. You know, that's all that was about. And it was about having a fun time. Great conversation. Shout out to Rand, who really pushed the Marchers into the stratosphere on his Xbox 2 show when he started that whole thing. But we had a great time doing it. And at the end of the day, as all gamers, as we all should be, we got to be excited for what we just saw. We're going to get into that. But first, we got to get to our guest. He has been patient through our shenanigans. He has been waiting. He is on a time limit tonight, so we are going to get down to business. But as you all know, when we have a first guest on PM in the PM, because I am host, because Mav was gracious enough to give me the captain's chair for this show, I get an intro in for our guest. And it's no different tonight because he is a first time here. And again, it's an honor to have this person here. So tonight's guest, ladies and gentlemen, is a man of mystery and intrigue. But I've delved deep into the archives and I've pulled out some facts. Our guest is a content creator who began his journey some 16 years ago and has now amassed over 26,000 subscribers. He turned himself into the Indiana Jones of IP and trademark hunting, along with collecting a vast amount of leaks. In his time as an internet adventurer, he's unearthed treasures such as the unannounced game codenamed Spy Team, which I'm going to ask you about later, brother, and a portfolio of Starfield screenshots from early builds. But would it surprise you to know that our guest is not only a creator, but also a gamer? Through his love of games, he discovered a passion for the greatest development team in existence, Bethesda. And of course, God Howard. Now, he has become a lore keeper of all things Elder Scrolls, Fallout, and soon Starfield. I'm convinced when Todd Howard forgets some scrap of insignificant information, he doesn't contact his teams at Bethesda. He picks up the phone and he dials our guest that's here tonight instead.
Direct line to God.
That's right. If that wasn't enough, our guest tonight was once a private chef on a university campus. He also was an administrator and referee for the MLG Gaming during the Rainbow Six Vegas and Vegas 2 days, along with also being member of one of those pro teams. And now, you might ask, now, what is our guest doing? Well, he's a developer and a writer working on an RPG for the development studio Once Lost Games. Screw the Khajiit, because tonight we have the number one skooma dealer in all the land. Chat, put the clap emojis together for the incredible Skullsy. Skullsy, brother, thank you for joining us on PM and the PM tonight. How you doing, man?
Heck yeah, man. I appreciate it. Super excited to finally be here. Been with some of you guys on Boom's amazing show, and I gotta admit, you did your homework pretty well. Wasn't expecting to dig all that up, but yeah, you did a pretty good job. Yes, thank you for being on here. We got a lot of awesome stuff to talk about. Bethesda has blown the internet up. They blow the internet up by not doing anything, and then they blow it up by also doing something, and they definitely did something in the last couple of days. So we got a lot of awesome stuff to talk about and break down. So thank you again for the invite. You guys are awesome. Looking forward to it, and make sure everyone in the chat like the video and subscribe to these fine, awesome people.
Oh, thanks,
Skullsy. You've been playing any games lately, Skullsy, at all? You've been getting to enjoy anything?
Yeah. So, I play Hi-Fi Rush. I spend a lot of time modding Fallout 4. I got a 800 modded Fallout 4 list going down right now. Something to keep me busy until Starfield releases. And I'm also playing Borderlands. My wife and I are going through the entire Borderlands saga and playing together. Ton of fun. Love Borderlands. Lots of awesome humor. That game is just insane. So yeah, that's about everything I'm playing right now. Soon, though, in not a few months, more like 6 months, I'll be playing Starfield finally. Yes. Hopefully.
Shh, don't start with that, Skullsy. It's no longer ink. Todd has chiseled this in stone. It's over with. Nothing short of the Great Flood can get rid of this date.
Maybe he can get a face tattoo just to cement it even further. Right?
That would be commitment.
That would be,
get some SoundCloud rapper face tattoos going on.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, so thank you, Skullsy. I appreciate it, brother. And I love Borderlands too, man. I love that you and your wife are running through that again, man. That was great series. But I gotta also get to my co-host with the most, the king of this entire kingdom, the Fun Speculation Network, which continues to grow and grow and grow. That's right. The one, the only, my brother from another, Fun Speculation, aka Mav, the clean shaven one. How'd your Kool-Aid go down, brother, and what you've been playing?
It's actually pretty good. I was, it was a gimmick, but now I think I'm going to be drinking it throughout the show. Don't worry, everybody. It is safe. I was playing a little bit more Wo Long, and Wo Long is, I'm not a big Souls guy, right? But anytime a game releases in the Game Pass day one, it allows me to take part in that excitement and get on that hype train and try it without the risk of wasting a bunch of money on something I may not enjoy, right? And I've bought several Souls games in the past, and I just like, no, this isn't for me. But there's something a little special about Wolong for me that's just a little different. I don't know if it's the way the pacing is or the way the combat is. I can't really put my finger on it exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm really actually digging this game, man. I've been playing it off and on in short spurts, right? And maybe that's one other thing I like. I don't have to sit here and beat my head against a wall for 3 or 4 hours or whatever and replaying the same thing again. I feel like I can accomplish some things pretty quickly, and even if I only got 30 minutes to an hour to play, I'm able to feel like I'm making some significant progress, either to be able to grind to where I can beat that next boss, or maybe do a little bit more discovering and find some chests I may have missed and stuff like that. So Wolong is scratching an itch that I didn't know I had, and I do think it's more Ninja Gaiden-ish than Souls games for me. It feels like that. It's kind of like a good blend. But I've always felt like Souls games took a lot of inspiration from games like Ninja Gaiden, right? So this is kind of like taking it back a little bit to its roots, right? And I'm digging it, man. So I'm liking it. I need to play co-op with you or Steel or somebody else that's playing this game as well, because that's something I haven't taken advantage of. You're gonna do 3? I thought it was only 2.
No, I think you can have 3 in Wolong.
Oh wow! Yeah,
So
nice.
We're gonna have to do that. Yeah, because Steel carried me around in his little backpack last weekend and helped me out a lot in Wolong. Because you know me, I am definitely not the Souls player. I had fun in Elden Ring. Obviously, it was the best experience I've had in a Souls game. Wolong is definitely more Ninja Gaiden. I put that up on Twitter too, and I posted about it. You can see the influence, you can feel the influence. So it is a much better experience for me as well, and I have been plugging away on that at that game this week as well. Like you said, Mav, it can be done in short bursts sometimes, as long as you're not to one of the bosses and it takes 20 times to get done. But no matter what, it's a great game. I'm really enjoying it too. I love the aesthetic. I love the customization. I love the loot. I love the different weapons. They feel different, all of that. So I'm in the same boat with you with Wolong for sure.
Yeah. There's a lot I still got to learn about a lot of the item usages and stuff like that. Yes. I haven't really gone deep into that, but I love the magic. I love all that kind of stuff. But Pong, we do have a couple of super chats and stuff to get to before we get started with the show.
Right,
Camp Easy gifted 5 Fun Speculation memberships. Ooh. Yo, appreciate the gifteds, Camp Easy. That's always awesome when more people get to take advantage of the membership perks here on the channel. So appreciate the gifteds there. Lore Master Jasper, good buddy, member for 20 months now. Wow, that's a long time. Says, do I drink the Kool-Aid now? Yeah, Jasper, you were a marcher with us, so you got to drink that Kool-Aid, bro. Vic the Click with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you as always, Vic. Says, thanks, Mav. You made us march right over the cliff. Is it a delay if you don't give a release date? Well, I'll say they gave a release window. Anytime you have announced at least a window and you move out of that, it is technically a delay, in my opinion. However, it's 3 months. It's not a huge deal, but we're going to get into some of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of not necessarily the delay, but the other things, part of it later in the show. Polybaba with the $2 super chat, and I love this. He named the new Colt. Septembros with the $2 super chat. I'm a big fan. Septembros.
I saw Steel put that in there too.
That's
early.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Septembros does work.
Septembros.
Does that mean we don't have any ladies?
That sounds like a pizza joint. Welcome to Septembros. The hand tossed dough.
I like it. Thank you all, chat, for being here. Normally, this would be the time where I do a chat run through. Obviously, again, Skullsy is on limited time, so we'll do that later. So you guys all, whoever's sticking around, I'll do a rundown later. But we want to get down to business, and Mav does have, of course, a fabulous sponsor ad read to get into, and then we're going to get into Starfield. Let's go.
Real quick, somebody asked in the chat, release window is an estimate, is it not? It's an estimate of within the window. If it's after the window.
When Sarabon says you'll be playing these games in the next 12 months.
And when it's on the website also that says first half of 2023. I mean, if it is an estimate within the window. I'll give you that. All right. Everybody, listen up. This is a public service announcement. Manscaped now has beard products and is going even further with their brand new Weed Whacker 2.0. Go ahead and tell the world the leaders in below-the-waist grooming are traveling north of your South Pole with their revolutionary grooming products. The new Weed Whacker 2.0 and their new beard line confirms they have all the best tools for your hygiene toolbox. Time for you to upgrade your game by going to manscaped.com and using our code FUNSPECULATION for 20% off and free shipping. Again, that is 20% off plus free shipping just using our code FUNSPECULATION. So help yourself out with that and helps the channel out to appreciate you and appreciate our sponsor, Manscaped. All right, Pong, let's go.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
for sure. Appreciate it. For sure. Great quality products. I can't say it enough. It really, truly is. Every week now that I use it, especially the beard trimmer, absolutely love it. All of them.
Yeah, I used the beard trimmer on my head. It went very well.
Nice. Look at that. Man, it did. All right, everybody. It's time to get down to business. Now, let's play. In case anybody needs a refresher, I'm sure nobody does, but in case anybody does, it's only a couple minutes long. Let's play the trailer from yesterday, because of course yesterday was the day, folks, when we got the tweet. Interesting way to do this, by the way, for Bethesda. I thought this was kind of just out of the blue. Hey, here you guys go, here's a new little trailer and here's a release date for the biggest game we've ever probably done in a long time. Still very cool. Mav, let me know when you're ready to rock.
It's up there right now. It's rolling.
Let's go. Let's roll.
There's no audio on it. We can talk during the trailer.
Oh, there's no audio on it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. If you were living underneath a rock yesterday, they did announce, the deep dive. The one that we were expecting, obviously, as Marchers, we thought it was going to be next week or two. Even some people who were Juners thought it was going to be the next week or two, which would line up marketing, wise for them in June. But that's not what happened. So yesterday we did get Todd and the fantastic team over Bethesda, brand new trailer, showing off some really fantastic footage. Then we got Todd, of course, out there, not with the leather jacket. As Scalzi said in his video yesterday, maybe he saves those for the big shows, right? He doesn't break them out for this little announcement, right? He's not walking around the leathers in the office. So of course Todd was there, and of course, what's the gentleman's name who did the Oblivion? Tom Holland. What is his name?
Tom Holland.
Not Tom Holland. I forget his name. The gentleman who showed off Oblivion as well was sitting on the couch.
Yeah.
They had him back on the couch again behind Todd, playing some Starfield as well, which was fantastic. Again, stuff that we hadn't seen before. And I think, Scalzi, you pointed out that when they did it for Oblivion, he was running through the sewer missions, which was over and over and over again, because that was the one that they showed off when they did the deep dive. So speculation is what we saw him doing there yesterday probably was the same thing. He's working through whatever level that they're taking, whatever mission they're taking out to use as the deep dive, and making sure that there's no bugs. So it's just constantly running through. So that kind of set you guys up. So they did the kind of announcement, and then gave us at the end of the trailer before Todd came on, gave us the date, September 6th, 2023. Mark it down. My vacation time went back in yesterday. I put the vacation time in. I'm set to rock and roll. We are all in. So get yours now before other people find out. So September 6th, 2023 is the release date. And then they also announced that we will have the deep dive right after Xbox's showcase during E3 time. So June the 11th. So they are going to do the Xbox Bethesda, maybe ABK showcase as well on June 11th. And then right after that, we get Todd in hopefully the beautiful leather, nice and shiny, getting up there with his controller, maybe a couple other people. And we're going to get the full-fledged experience like we come to expect from Bethesda. All right, I kind of set it up here with what happened yesterday. Scalzi, obviously, I watched your video. I watched your video a couple times on the breakdown. Fantastic job, brother. Again, you are always on the spot.
I appreciate it, man.
Stuff. Absolutely. Go check that out, everybody, after the show, please, and give him a like and give him a subscribe. But, Scalzi, now that you kind of sat on it, you kind of did the whole video. I'm sure you've gone back and rewatched it now yourself. You said in your video, you're running around your house screaming for a few minutes after the announcement. What specifically out of this, name a couple things or a few things that really caught your attention while you were watching this and going back and through it again?
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, there's definitely at least a few things that really like took me back a bit. The first thing is what was going on in the background with that gameplay footage. We saw what looked to be the smoothest I've ever seen Starfield gameplay thus far. It looked a little shaky when they showed it off in 2022, but in the background on the with the guy in the couch with the visor playing it, Tim, it looked like it had to be at least 60 frames per second. And one of the main talking points with Bethesda RPGs is always the frame rate. People are always saying, 60 FPS or bust. Well, it looks like you're going to get that even on consoles, which means maybe on PC we can get 120, however much we can get depending on your hardware, which is super exciting. And that shows us that the previous limitations from the first creation engine are gone, because it was always capped at 30 FPS. In fact, if you tried to get it above that, your game would just freak out and break. Physics would start going wild unless you use some of those mods. But it looked smooth, it looked great. And the second thing is, in those like few 5-second shots we saw of different people playing the game, every shot looked amazing. We got to see a different biome, a different environment. We got to see a temperate forest with some pretty awesome color palettes going on, and of course space dinosaurs, because every space game has got to have space dinosaurs for some reason. I don't mind it all. I think it's awesome. We got to see a desert, and in the desert it looked like the height map of the terrain was way up there. So we might get some worlds that have some really low valleys and then some giant mountains in the background to explore as well. Another thing is, Bethesda games usually seem to have some type of filter over them. For example, Fallout has like it's either a gray or it's a green filter. Fallout 3 was a kind of weird grayish green. Fallout 3 was. Fallout 4 was more of like a beige one. Skyrim seemed to have tones of gray over everything. I don't think we're going to have that with Starfield. I think each individual planet is going to have its own color palette. It's going to pop and it's going to look great because the graphics looked insane. From the space footage, you can see every individual crevice of the asteroids to the planets. You can actually see the lighting from the sun shining on the planet, and the lighting from the sun would shine on top of the mountains, but then right outside of those mountains on the planet, you'd see the dark valleys where the lighting wasn't reaching. So even the planetary lighting effects looks realistic and awesome. And then possibly the main thing that kind of caught my attention in that game, in that short 2.5 minute, however long it was, trailer, was Todd Howard said they still have so much more to show us, and they've already kind of shown us a lot: the crafting systems, settlement building systems, space combat. So like, what else is there in this game? I feel like we've just scratched the surface with Starfield's content, and I'm going to be counting down the days until June now, but at least we actually have the date. We're no longer just floating around in space waiting for Todd Howard to bless us with an escape pod and an actual date. We have the date of the game, we have the date of the showcase, and I couldn't be more hyped than I am right now. This is not only my dream game, but it's also Todd Howard's dream game, and when you have someone who's such a legendary game developer as Todd Howard finally making what he considers to be his dream game, that kind of has to get your attention a little bit. So I just can't wait to finally get this game in my hands. And not only that, but it's not going to be released during June, which was one of my biggest fears, because I'm going to E3 most likely unless something comes up. I didn't want to have to skip out on E3 to play Starfield. I wanted to actually get to not have Starfield on my mind when I was over there. I might get to see some actual firsthand Starfield stuff too. So I couldn't be happier with that trailer. It totally blew my mind that day. I was about ready to fire up a game like I do to wake up in the morning. I saw the tweet on my phone. Bethesda tweets, "Oh, is it Mighty Doom? Is it Hi-Fi Rush? It's Starfield? What?" It was insane. The hype is assuming direct control, like I like to say.
Yes, 100%, Scuzzy. I'm going to come back to you here in a second. Take a couple questions for you. Mav, we got the news yesterday, brother. Obviously, it's something we've been waiting on. And it actually turned out, like I said, a little different than any of us, I think a lot of people would have imagined, right? A lot of people would have imagined getting the deep dive early, and then after the deep dive's over, then they tell us the release date. But they're doing it in reverse, right? And the deep dive isn't until right after the showcase come June, the E3 time. which is again.
Yeah, did they
makes
explain
sense.
that exactly? Is it like the day after, like the
No, it's
E3
right
show?
after.
Or right
It's the
after?
same day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same day because I think Clobriel put up that tweet that said he showed it. It's right.
Oh,
after.
right.
Yep.
That'll
So,
be fun. I'm looking forward to that.
We're gonna have a long day.
And not to and one of the main reasons, just because of that, like specifically, is one of my things with not wanting the game to be pushed past that is because I didn't want our E3 showcase to be completely taken up of the
Correct.
games again that were supposed to have already been out. Right. I never liked that. It's like, okay, yeah, I want new stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but if you separate the Starfield part of it, it deserves its own attention. And also, remember when Phil just had that interview and he said, like, well, we're primarily focusing on June. I sent you a DM. I was like, I wonder if there's anything to that. And it's like, well, we were like, maybe not. But, it kind of turns out, I guess that's what he was maybe referring to. So,
lying.
No, he definitely wasn't lying. So
he didn't mention Starfield as stuff coming up during that interview, which was, again, we justified it as, oh, well, he's talking about the Xbox side.
Yeah, exactly.
Bethesda's working on the Starfield stuff. Of course, he wouldn't mention that. That's already known. Turns out, like you said, Phil was basically telling the truth.
Yeah,
right
so
there, fully.
And so people think he lies through his teeth. I mean, he was just pretty much telling us what it is right there, right?
Without telling us.
So I feel like here's the thing, right? This next few months on Xbox is going to be absolutely insane. Yeah. Regardless, right? E3, knowing now that there's also going to be two separate kind of shows, one dedicated to Starfield at that time, and then also the whole E3 show where we have no clue what's going to be there. We can anticipate probably Forza, but besides that, no real clue what's going to be there, right? So I'm really looking forward to that show more now. Don't want them to do the 12-month thing again at all. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, let's save it. I'm sorry. But besides that, I really liked what I saw in the trailer too, especially the behind the scenes stuff where they're playing it on the couch. I would have loved for that to be just blown up for us and, glorious 60 frames 4K just for us to see. However, the most intriguing thing other than that was the performance of the video as well, because one of the questions that we've had also for a while now, are they going to be able to hit the 60 for Starfield? And it's looking more promising now than ever before with that. So that was promising. I love seeing the creatures, a lot of the different creatures and stuff that they showed, because that was some questions that we had as what's the alien life going to look like on some of these planets. And it just looks so diverse, man. But it also, my favorite thing was the story elements that we heard overlapping it, because this is one of the major things that is going to separate it from a No Man's Sky, from these other things where, where that Game Rant article is like, what does Starfield needs to justify its existence and all that stupid stuff, right? Like this overarching story and theme that they're starting to put those plots out there of like figuring out what's going on. What are these objects and stuff like that. So, it had a little bit of a Mass Effect almost storyline going on. I got some of those same vibes back with that. But it's
more grounded.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like an Interstellar mixed with Mass Effect mixed with a bunch of things. And this is looking like what has been one of my dream games is getting even more elevated the more we see. So I'm super pumped, dude. I couldn't be any more excited. I actually think, regardless of the other aspect of this, September 6th is a very good time to release this game, right? From Xbox's perspective, from Bethesda's perspective, that date makes a whole lot of sense. I'm putting the positive stuff out there right now. We'll get to the other side later. That date is a very good date, right? You're separating it. You're putting that, you're elevating your cadence really well also. Unless they were able to hit this month like a lot of us wanted to, I think that makes probably more sense than like a May or a June, or even a July or August, right? I think that timing right there is a perfect spot, and it also leaves an opening for the holiday, right? It
does.
So we'll figure that out. Is it Forza or is it going to be something else, right? So there's going to be a lot of speculation regarding that stuff. So there's still some questions out there for sure regarding the slate for the second half. but it's looking more and more like a great cadence, and especially when they keep putting these Game Pass games in there day one like
Yeah.
this, it's just like
they've been on fire.
It's like
there's no doubt.
A cherry on top every single time we get one of these showcases from one of these other publishers right now. So
Fact.
they're on fire. They deserve some criticism that we'll have some later in the show a little bit,
Yep.
but like I feel like overall I'm more positive than anything and more excited about this, right? Regardless of what people think.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
You know.
No, I mean, I don't know how you can't be seeing what we saw yesterday. Just again, like Skullsy, you were talking about kind of the difference that we've seen between the initial gameplay trailer that we got at last year's Xbox Bethesda showcase to now. You know, and Todd had said back then that they were already in the polishing phase or entering the polishing phase at that point. The work that's been done, at least between these two cuts, you can tell, you can see it, you can feel it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Without even having our hands on the controller, just by looking at the screens, the minute that everybody saw it, and then some people really quickly started shouting out, like you said, Skullsy, 60 frames. That's 60 frames. That's not 30 frames. That's 60 frames right there. That's completely different than what we saw at last year's showcase, right? Everybody was like, what is that, like 20? Are we getting 20 there, Todd? What is going on here? So to see that alone was fantastic. But then, you know, again, to Skullsy's point, the different biomes that they showed off, that flagship that they have in the beginning of the trailer. My God, if they've got those types of things in the game that we can go on and explore on top of 1,000 planets, now you know why I think Todd's exact words is this is huge, right? Like there were this something. I think he said this is huge.
He said even for us, right?
Yeah,
this
even
is
for
like
us,
big,
right?
Yeah.
And then your point, Skullsy, talking about how we've got so much more to show you. I'm like, you guys showed off crafting, you've shown off base building, you've shown off ship building, you've shown off mining, you've shown off obviously NPCs, you've shown off parts of the main story.
They've even had deep dives on the music.
Right. Yeah, Eon Zur is gonna, oh my God, he's gonna blow us. So I can't wait. But I want to get back, Skullsy, to you real quick, and I want to ask you this because this thought popped in my head while we were watching this new trailer yesterday. And again, I watched it a bunch of times, probably 5 or 6 times now. You know, Todd and Bethesda always have their step out moments, their wow moments in every game, right? When you come out of the Fallout shelter, obviously is the big one, right? That everybody kind of remembers. And they talk about this. This is important. This is a part of their games. They put it in every single game. And he said in Starfield last year, he said there's going to be 2 in this game. They believe that they have 2. Now, some of us had guessed, you know, 1 is going to be obviously the first time you are on a planet, whatever else, wherever you're starting out and you see the vastness and you get ready to board your ship. And then obviously the second one being when you hit space for the first time, right? When you leave the atmosphere of whatever world you're on and all of a sudden now you're into the vastness, the emptiness, the cold, dark space, and trying to decide where we're going to go. But watching that trailer yesterday, and to Matt's point here too, talking about this with the artifacts, and obviously we're getting a lot from the artifacts, and this is a main part of the game. And this is something that Bethesda loves to do in their teaser trailers and all their gameplay. They will give you some of the meat. A lot of people don't like to. Bethesda does, though, because obviously their stories are so gigantic. They can get away with it. They can give you slices and then get you guessing, right? But they're really focused on what we believe to be the artifact, and I believe in your video as well. You think it's the same too, with these rings that kind of get put together and they kind of form a portal, you know, a black hole, a wormhole, whatever it is. So my thought, Skullsy, was when they showed the rings and they showed, you know, your character kind of floating into the rings and then it kind of warps, right? Is that the second step out moment? Is that the actual step out?
That's an excellent point, actually. I was going to talk about this in the future video, so I'm glad you brought that up. Bethesda are masters at misdirection, but they're also masters at actually hinting towards specific things. So when they said 2 step out moments, you know, Todd Howard and Bethesda assumed we all thought the same thing. You know, if you step out of the building onto the first planet you're on, and then you go out into space and you're like, wow, this is huge. But I think it's going to be a lot deeper than that, because they're obviously keeping this entire artifact thing pretty vague, because clearly they want us to discover it for ourselves when we play the game, because I think that's going to be one of the biggest mysteries we solve is what do these artifacts do? And I think, judging by the imagery in the most recent trailer from yesterday, I do actually think it's a wormhole type situation, because when they zoomed out during that first clip, when it looked like just rings from a over the top perspective, it looked like either a black hole or a wormhole. So I think that what Bethesda is expecting us is to assume that these artifacts do something to where they lead us somewhere, but don't actually take us somewhere. But I think the second step out moment, sorry, it's been a long day, is when we go through that portal and then we end up somewhere even crazier, another dimension or something. And this kind of takes me to my next point. One of the biggest talking points and mysteries amongst the Bethesda community is, are there intelligent alien races in this game? We know there's alien creatures. We know some of these alien creatures do have a form of intelligence to them, like the Ashta on the planet where Aquila is, but they're not spacefaring races, right? We have seen no hint whatsoever that there are actually aliens in the game that fly around in spaceships and have cities and civilizations. I think Bethesda is keeping that for the second step out moment. I think once we get all the artifacts and we think we're close to the end of the game, we're probably just at the halfway point, and we have a whole nother alien star system to explore and deal with these aliens. Maybe the aliens are going to invade us through that wormhole. Who knows? But one thing I like to bring up during all my previous years of Starfield content is Bethesda's first attempt at Starfield back in the early 90s was a game called The 10th Planet. And the 10th Planet's entire premise basically was we discovered some sort of artifact that attracted an alien invasion. So we had to go around the solar system and we had to build a defense force against the aliens while investigating who these aliens are, where they came from. And then once we defend our solar system, we take the fight to them. And I'm not saying Starfield is going to take a one-to-one copy of the 10th Planet, but why not take at least some inspiration from it? Because they already got a lot of the groundwork done for it. They got a lot of the writing and lore done for it, so they can take bits and pieces of what the 10th Planet was going to be and use it in Starfield. And after all, like I said at the beginning of this, Bethesda likes to give us very vague hints, and in the very first actual I guess it's technically the second Starfield trailer, where they showed in-engine footage of the character walking around in a spaceship, there was a sticker on the wall, and what did it say? The 10th Planet. So I think you're onto something. I think the second step out moment is going to be something that blows our minds, because it's going to open up another entire area of the game right when we're thinking that we're almost done. So I think Bethesda is going to surprise a lot of people with this, and I don't think Bethesda is going to even tell us any of this. So with that, on top of all this other stuff that they still have to show us, Starfield is going to be insane. I just can't wait. And the final thing I'll say right now real quick is Todd Howard has said this is going to be one of the most epic science fiction things of all time. So it's going to have to be something big in order to attain such a bold statement.
For sure. And I like your thought, because Todd and Bethesda, they do like to do that. They've really diverted our attention in a lot of ways to stay focused on, we're answering the big human questions. We're answering, why are we here, right? What's out there, right? Those kind of questions. But to your point, what if that's only half the game? What if they're only hinting at like half of what we're actually going to get into, right? There's a whole second kind of evolution of Starfield as we play through it, where all of a sudden those questions are not only answered, but turn into something else where we are on a whole nother adventure in a different way, right? That's certainly possible. Again, this game has been in production for 7 years. This is, and again, yes, we had the pandemic in there. Yes, there's a lot of other stuff in there, but even for Bethesda, that's a long time. And I know obviously Creation Engine 2 has given them a lot more opportunity to express themselves in a lot of new ways. Maybe we'll be able to climb ladders now. Who knows? We'll find out. But I love your thought process that is going. That this is going to go bigger than what we expect, which again, you're blowing my mind right now, Scuzzy, because again, my hype level is just, it's gone. So I can't wait, because if this is that game that literally sinks me, thousands upon thousands of hours, I'll be a happy camper. I'm so excited for this. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's like that Neil deGrasse Tyson gif where he's like sitting in a chair going FTL and he's just looking around and his mind is blown. Right. That's going to be all of us in September.
Mab, let me bring you to this too. What were some of your first thoughts when we saw the I don't know what you want to call it. It's almost like a monolith, but it kind of looks like a rundown palace or whatever on the planet, right? And we kind of get that walk into moment where these weird lights kind of collapse, and all of a sudden it flashes to this circular rings, which seem to unlock the doors, and you open up, and there seems to be what we assume, again, we don't know anything, but we're assuming is one of the artifacts. Are you on board with Skullsy's thought here that we're going to be transported somewhere else? What was your thought going into that when you saw that whole kind of process, yourself kind of floating into these rings speeding up, and all of a sudden there's, as Skullsy described, a wormhole or whatever it may be, some type of portal, and you're sucked through it. What do you think, brother?
I just had a lot of questions, right? I didn't have a lot of answers, but for me, I was just watching it. By the way, for the chat, this is what I have running right now is the original gameplay reveal trailer as well. So if you're wondering what that is,
to everything that we saw yesterday in that gameplay. If you're looking closely, again, there's blueprints hanging up that show off the artifacts, that show off all that kind of stuff. Again, classic Bethesda.
So for me, I was trying to they take a lot of cues from a lot of other popular sci-fi things with this trailer. Like there's several instances where you one thing that went to right away was Interstellar, because in that movie you're playing with space and time.
Yes.
Right. And
if Todd puts us behind a bookshelf, so help me God.
Yeah. That would be amazing. This is the bookshelf scene. This is 5 hours of gameplay where you're gotta wiggle the books. But besides that, I took cues also from, believe it or not, Halo, I like, and Mass Effect too. Like both of those games, you're going around looking for artifacts that hold keys to answers to the bigger picture, right? And this took cues from that as well. And that's what I think a lot of, and more so even with the dialogue when they're talking about figuring out what these objects are, right? Because they actually are talking about that with the words that are spoken. So I think that it's going to be a big mystery, and I hope that we're asking these questions when we're playing the game, and it is a big mystery till we actually go through that moment. Whenever we lead up to it, and like Skullsy makes a great point of like, we go through all this stuff, we battle all these other human raiders or whatever, and have all of these regular battles that we're dealing with our own species, right? And then traveling and fighting, less intelligent life on other planets and stuff like that. And then we solve this problem, but we accidentally either open up a gateway that we shouldn't have. We shouldn't have asked those questions, right? Because maybe we opened up something that was bad for us, or also at that point we travel to another place where it is different, and leading to questions about, Todd, when you listen to Todd interviews, he always talks about like space and travel, about finding answers that people have always been searching for, because space is really where that happens, right? So within this, I'm hoping it's that discovery of finding answers, but also maybe it's not something you want to know, right? Maybe when you find those answers, it's like opening up something that shouldn't have ever been opened, right? And if we get to that midway point, like Skullsy alluded to, and we get to that, and you reach this point, and then it's a whole new experience with whole new challenges, and you're even asking more questions, and you're unraveling the story throughout the game. That leads me to feel of what a Bethesda game is all about, right?
Correct.
Because Bethesda games are always evolving and changing with the story and surprises and dialogue and keeping you on your toes. And with this right now, I'm loving what they've revealed without just telling us straight up, in this game, you're going to be playing as this guy, and you're going to be fighting these people and doing this and that. I want to have that sense of like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into when I play this game. I'm going to take on this role of this character that I'm going to create, and I'm going to go on this path, and I don't know what's going to happen. And that's exactly what makes a Bethesda game, right? because it's endless possibilities. So they actually hit the feeling and the mood on with the nail on the head here as well. Everything is matched up with the tone and everything. And dude, it's just, I'm super pumped. Like, I love seeing the space station too. When they showed like that space station interior, it kind of gives me, you know, like hints of like, this is where you're going to be spending a lot of your time, you know, doing your, maybe getting your quest or getting your objectives and stuff like that before you go and seek out these planets. So, amazing stuff, dude. Man, I can't wait for it. Anybody who's like trying to crap on anything with Starfield right now I just like, I'm sorry, but like, if it's not for you, it's not for you. But like, this game is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a big deal. And they just showed on the screen those rings again. And it's just, man, I can't wait. I get Halo vibes, I get Mass Effect vibes, I get Interstellar vibes. But this is their own take. Love it. Absolutely love it.
This game has to be huge because I'm not going to get Starfield 2 until I'm in my 60s, literally. So I need this game to last forever. Okay, so that's just, we need something. I don't need this game to cut and go, oh, Starfield 2, wait for it. I'm like, no, I need this game to keep going. Scalzi, another thing that jumped out to me, brother, and again, I'm lean on you here because you've been so deep into Bethesda lore and kind of stuff and what they do. What I thought was interesting is a lot of the footage that they were showing was in third person. Now we know that Bethesda's always, you know, they've had the third person mode, but it's always been kind of like it felt like a throw in. Like, yeah, some people like to play in third person, so here you go. Here's a third person mode. It never felt like they took it necessarily as seriously as the rest of the first person mode. But again, seeing all of the footage and a very large portion of it was in third person. And I thought that was something that was done on purpose. And I also, not only to show that they were taking it serious this time, but also to show the customization of the character. And you talked about this a little bit in your video because they did have some shots of a developer at their computer, and they were going through some of the different helmets. And you said in your video, oh, they're not going to have like just spacesuit. Like, here's your whole entire spacesuit, but you're going to be able to mix and match things. What did you think about that presentation, showing off the third person so much? Do you think I'm onto something, or am I on something that maybe this time around, like, they want to have equal kind of effort put into both the third person and the first person? This is a big deal because there's a lot of people like my brother Steel Rain, who you've podcasted with plenty of times, who is a third person guy, who loves customizing his characters, who is not the biggest Bethesda fan, but is now seeing them take this seriously and is going, oh, okay, this game might be right up my alley. What do you think, brother?
No, you're definitely right. Bethesda was making a statement by showing third person that much, because I'm trying to think back to their Skyrim showcase and Fallout. I don't think they've ever shown third person as much during those showcases as they did with Starfield. So yeah, they're definitely overhauling that third person play perspective, and the animations in third person look amazing too, because normally in previous Bethesda games, even going as recently as Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, it's a little stiff. Like, when you run to the side, your character just kind of strafes a bit. Right. Maybe he'll turn his hips a little bit. But in the Starfield footage, it looked like the game was made to be played in third person as much as it was made to be played in first person, which is awesome, because I'm usually a first person guy for Bethesda games. I'll switch to third person just to get a screenshot or to just see how my character looks with their new armor set. But I might actually play a bit of it in third person this time, which is pretty exciting because that'll be a totally new play style for me, for a Bethesda game. And then, like you mentioned with the helmets, I was kind of worried that the armor was just going to be, Mark IV Constellation spacesuit, and it's going to be from helmets to the boots. And although they only showed us the helmet, I have the feeling there's going to be a wide variety of ways we can switch up and customize our character's armor and spacesuits, because it's much more than just the spacesuits. There's civilian clothing, there's non-space combat armor, there's a wide range of different stuff we can wear. And on that helmet list alone, there's at least 20 different options, and he was scrolling through them, and the list just kept going. And each helmet had a different like visual aesthetic. Each helmet had different statistics. And when you zoom in on the screen with like some Kuroshi cyberpunk optic eyes, you can see that the helmets also had different stats for thermal protection. I think it was environmental protection was another one. Like ballistics protection, I think was another one. So just we may have to have specific spacesuits and specific kits for specific planets, because like we talked about at the beginning of the video, there's a wide range of biomes here. There's deserts, there's planets with a lot of flora and fauna, jungles, forests, there's ice worlds where it's super cold, and then of course we got space itself for when we decide to do some spacewalking or go outside of our ship and repair it and stuff. So just with the armor alone, the depth is a lot more than we've seen in recent Bethesda games. So you could just pick any subject matter of Starfield, and it seems like the depth is huge, and that alone gets me super excited. Because while I love Bethesda Game Studios games, one thing you got to admit to is they've been getting a little bit watered down and simplified with more recent titles. Starfield, I think, isn't gonna be that way. I think it will still be accessible to the casual player, because like Todd Howard mentioned, they removed the system to where you can run out of fuel, because it just felt like that would just slow up the gameplay loop, right? So now instead, fuel is utilized to determine how quickly, or not quickly is the right word, but how far you can jump to a different solar system. So if you want to go to a solar system far away, like 100 light years away, you got to upgrade your fuel stores. So I think this is going to be the game for everybody, unless you're just not in the space games. But if you're not in the space games, you have 1,000 different worlds to land on and play on. So like anytime I talk about Starfield, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. I don't think I've been this hyped for a game in a very, very long time. So by the time Starfield finally comes out, I'm almost going to miss being hyped for it. It's going to feel like
that's the thing.
Missing.
I know what you mean. What's the last game you think you were this hyped for? Skyrim, maybe?
That's a good question. It's either a cross between Mass Effect 3 or Cyberpunk. It's one of those two, because Cyberpunk, I just love that universe. I've played Cyberpunk tabletop games, so I love the vibe of Cyberpunk. I love all the different aesthetics, all the different weapons, the lore of Cyberpunk. But I'm also a huge Mass Effect fan. The Mass Effect franchise is easily in my top 5 favorite gaming franchises of all time. So Starfield is like a combination of all these things, because we also have cyberpunk vibes in it with the city of Neon. I mean, right there has some heavy cyberpunk elements. There's even cybernetic upgrades that we've seen characters have, like the metal arms and bionic eyes. So when I say Starfield has everything, it literally does.
Right. Scully, do you think, let me ask you this. There's been a lot of, people speculating on a lot of different mechanics within the game. When they talked about the procedurally generated planets in 1,000, some people freaked out and said, "Oh my God, I'm not going to go into 1,000 planets. It's going to take away from the handcrafted feel that we normally get from Bethesda." Do you believe that there will be some handcrafted pieces on those planets, like a mission or something? I mean, obviously there'll probably be some dead planets. There'll be moons that are just rocks, right? That we know that. But do you think that we are going to see more handcrafted pieces, not whole planets by any stretch of the imagination? They already said no, but just pieces on some of these planets.
Oh, definitely. One big indication of that is the city of New Atlantis, which is on the planet Jameson in Alpha Centauri. They said that city is the biggest city Bethesda Game Studios has ever made. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of procedurally generated stuff, right? A lot of these planets are going to be empty, and they still may have Radiant AI, quest generation technology, or whatever else, and technology that spawns points of interest and stuff. But I think we're going to have more handcrafted content in Starfield when you accumulate it all together and put it on the table than any previous Bethesda Game Studios game. In fact, I would make the claim that there will be more handcrafted content in Starfield than Skyrim, Oblivion, and Fallout 4 combined. I think we're going to get so much handcrafted content that it basically negates the fact that people are worried about the procedural generation. And another thing I'll say, usually when people say procedural generation, they compare it to No Man's Sky. And No Man's Sky is kind of like an on-the-fly procedurally generated game, right? The planets, for the most part, are made as you land on them. If you play, it's connected online, so it'll generate that planet and then it'll load it into the No Man's Sky server so other people can go there and explore it as well. But the way Bethesda does procedural generation isn't quite the same. They've used procedural generation with Skyrim to fill in like some of the landscape a bit that doesn't necessarily have much. They're going to use procedural generation in the dev stage to generate a lot of these worlds, and then they're going to load it onto the disk. So it's not going to be like crazy dinosaurs that look like a kid was playing Legos and mashed them together. All the creatures are going to be handcrafted. They're going to look realistic. And just judging by the creatures we've seen thus far, there's a wide variety to them. Even the ones that look similar, like the giant space looking spiders, each one that's a different species looks different, and you can easily identify the differences between them. So there'll be so much handcrafted content in the game. I don't think anyone has to necessarily worry about the procedural generation part, because you can probably just focus on the handcrafted content entirely, skip all the procedural generated planets, and still have more game time than you've had with Skyrim or Fallout 4.
Agreed. God, I can't wait. I just could sit here and talk all night about this. Man, I really could. I just love this. Mav and I have done this so many times where we just randomly start talking about Starfield and we go for an hour. Mav, real quick, Mav, now that we got the date, right? September 6th. So we know they've got time now, right? We've got 6 months till launch. Marketing wise, Mav, do you think now, with it being September, we are definitely getting custom consoles? Do you think we're definitely getting custom controllers? Do you think all of that is in play? And when do you think pre-orders go live, sir?
I don't know. I'm guessing pre-orders would go live around the E3 show.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? I don't know though. I mean, it could be sooner than that, because technically now we already have a release date. So maybe if there is another, I think it depends on if there's some other kind of announcement between now and that June show. And maybe if there is a custom console or something, they do that before then, because that would be worthy of its own little trailer or something. But if I would, because you still have almost 3 months between June 11th and September 6th, I think that's plenty of time for them at that time to announce that at the Starfield Direct, have the pre-orders go live then, and you do have the trailer, you have the console, you have the controller. I hope they go more than just a Series S here. Yes. We've seen a lot of like things before where they do special things with Series S's. I want them to go the full shebang on Series X's and have like a really big, nice custom console slash controller bundle that has the game, and I want them to have another bundle that has like the watch and all that other stuff, you know. But this game in itself, you could just imagine the possibilities of what you could do with a custom console for Starfield, and I think it'll be a big seller. One hypothetical, just putting it out there, is maybe one of the potential reasons it could have been moved to September is because of the stock issues right now with Series X, right? Because still to this day, you still cannot go into a store. And we had figured maybe they were like stockpiling in anticipation, right? But with it being September now, I don't think that's the that's the case, right? No. So it seems like there still is some shortages of stock for Series X's out there, and I'm hoping that they get that resolved by that time, at least, so where people can easily find them on the shelves to be able to play this game. Not that you have to have one. You can play Starfield on a PC. You can play it on the cloud. You can play it anywhere, right? But this is a system seller type game, right?
Absolutely. And Todd talked about it. Everybody talked about it.
Yeah, this is one of those games where it's like people will go out and they will buy a custom console. They will buy the Starfield bundles. They will buy an Xbox Series, whatever, just to be able to play this game if they don't have access otherwise, right? Or if they want, let's say they don't have a PC that's as good as a Series X. They may want to play Starfield at the best of their of the quality. We know that with the engineers all involved with Xbox and Bethesda now, this game is going to be more optimized than normal for a Bethesda
We're
game.
starting to see that a
right?
little bit.
And I think that could also go into part of the reasonings why for September is they really want to nail this launch, right? More than anything they've done before. This is the biggest game out of Bethesda so far since the acquisition. And honestly, it's the biggest game that will come from that acquisition in a long time, because the next biggest game that we will get from Bethesda ZeniMax will be Elder Scrolls 6, right? And that's probably going to be years away after this. So this is, I think they're going to treat it really special. They need to go all out on that. And we will, I guess, get that 3-month marketing train, starting with that Starfield Direct in September that everybody was saying that they needed to have, right? So if that's what everybody thought, turns out we were wrong, right? That's what the direction they're going to. And we'll have the Starfield Direct, hopefully special console, that hype train gets going, and then maybe we have a couple more trailers and reveal type things up until the actual release date on September 6th. The good news is for Xbox is between today and that time, there's no ending in hype whatsoever, because there is constantly new stuff, whether it be Game Pass deals or first party games. So it works out perfectly for Xbox. So I'm excited, and I will trade in if I can at the time. I will trade in one of my other Series X's to get a Starfield console. Right. That's I want that really bad. I also want the Starfield watch, even though I'm afraid I'll lose it because I lose every single watch I've ever had. But this one maybe I wouldn't even wear. I just like put it next to me right here just for safekeeping.
This is what you wear it while you're playing.
Yeah,
that's what you do, right?
Let me get to a couple super chats real quick.
We got some super chats. Go.
First off, shout out to Alvin, hit us earlier with a $5 super chat. Says, notable that in Xbox's tweet, the show is now called the Xbox Showcase instead of the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. I like that change. That is true. I wonder if the Starfield Direct is going to be the Bethesda side, and I would imagine Bethesda would have more than just Starfield though to show. So yeah, maybe everything else will be just encompassed into the Xbox. Yeah,
maybe they're at that point now where they're just going to make it all.
Yeah,
Xbox.
But they also have those other developer directs, and we can anticipate that they may do another one in like later this year as well. So who knows if maybe they'll do more with Bethesda at that time too. So it's interesting. That's a good point, Alvin. And Dead Planet hit us with a $2 super chat. Said, fine with September 2023. Feels like it's flying by anyway. It really does. And then we got one more super chat
quick
from
enough.
not quick enough. For Splendiferous with the $2 super chat.
Oh, here comes Splen. Cold feet Pong. Here we go. Let's go. Yeah.
Pong, my cold-footed friend. Are you feet still cold?
What can I say? I had to drink the Kool-Aid, Splen. It was over with.
Yeah.
It's gone. Archers, like I said last week, I was being when I was talking, we were being realistic because man, did we have our tinfoil hats on.
We were going a little crazy on Xbox Ultimate because we were in desperation mode at that point.
We were. Scalzi, kind of talking about the marketing too. Todd and Bethesda, you know how they operate. You've watched them release after release and how they do things. Now, obviously, they're underneath Xbox, and this is, like Mav said, their first big, giant kind of launch here. Classic style launch of a Bethesda A-Team, Todd's team game. Todd does not like giving out review codes ahead of time. Starfield is gigantic, even for a Bethesda. We're talking about times 100 here, okay, in terms of size compared to what they've done in the past. The lead up, the ramp up. Do you think that he is going to break his own personal taste in this and kind of break away from that and give out early codes to let reviewers kind of have maybe 30 days with this game because it is so large? Or do you think he's going to hold tight and they get them maybe a week in advance, maybe a couple days in advance? What do you think on this one?
Yeah, that's a good question. I kind of have a hot take about review copies, but to start with, I believe it was 2018 or 2019 when Bethesda Game Studios said from that point forward, the only review copies they give out would be a day before release.
Right.
Now, Starfield is a different beast, right? It's a totally different game. It's an anomaly. And not only that, but this is first Bethesda Game Studios' first game partnered with Microsoft. So maybe Microsoft might ask them to change that stuff up a bit. But I think that right now, it's a little too hard to tell. I think if they did break the usual mold with review copies, it would be for this game. But that being said, I think the only people that would get review copies would be your IGN, your GameSpot, and those types of things. I don't think content creators are going to get review copies of this game, which is fine. Because my hot take on all this is I don't really like it when content creators get review copies. Now, if they're a channel that only does reviews and that's it, they just only do reviews, they don't do walkthroughs, they don't do lore videos, then by all means give them a review copy. But the issue is when you give a channel that does more than review copies, a game 30 days early or whatever, they're not just going to do review videos. They're going to do lore videos. They're going to do walkthroughs. They're going to do gameplay information. They're going to stack all that content up. And then when the embargo's up, they're going to have all this content ready to go ahead of all these other creators, when really they should have just been using that time to review the game. I've seen it time and time again. So even though I'm a content creator myself, I'm not really all that cool with creators getting review copies unless they only do reviews. But Starfield, I still don't necessarily think they're going to do review copies with it. Also because I think they want to ensure a lot of the mysteries about Starfield that, like we discussed earlier here on the show, and all the other things they want us to discover ourselves naturally and organically as we play the game. They don't want any of that to have any chance of leaking out, because I think one of Starfield's most magical features will be that discovery, figuring all this stuff out for ourselves, seeing how this is much more than just a space exploration game. There's some crazy hidden mysteries in this game that'll blow our minds. And I think if they put way too many review copies out there, then they'll risk some of these big secrets, some of these big mysteries from being spoiled too early.
In this day and age, also, I mean, there's just so much clickbaity type random nonsense that spreads around the internet too. Anytime any trailer launches, people like over dissect things and like over analyze things, and I'm not trying to say that everybody does this, right? But there are the creators that make a lot of noise over nonsense type stuff that tends to draw negativity towards something, whether it's unwarranted or if it is warranted. They tend to seek these things out purposely, other than covering things for what they are, because for them it's like, well, this is the biggest release. This is the biggest opportunity I've ever had to make a name for myself. So I'm going to go seek out every little thing I can find in this game and blow it out of proportion just to draw a lot of negativity. We've seen that quite a bit with big releases. I think the more controlled atmosphere for a big release like this, if you're Microsoft especially, is probably smart. This is a first party game now. We can all say that maybe there's some bias out there. I don't know. But for me personally, I believe there's a little bit out there in the media. But with this being a huge first party thing from Microsoft, just like willy-nilly let it up to the random Joe Schmo on YouTube, right? It could be a little dangerous with the way social media is right now too.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway,
no, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to. I don't think they need to. I think they'll probably have obviously a media only event behind closed doors at some point, like they just did with Redfall, where they show it off a lot more, let people write about what they saw, that kind of thing. But with Starfield, I really don't think you need to. I think that's why Todd and Bethesda were correct in saying no, we're not going to do that. We're going to give them out a day before if they're lucky, because I think that holds that mystery. Because that again is a huge part of Bethesda games. It's that discovery, it's that exploration, it's that water cooler moment that nobody else has had. When you say, "Oh my God, did you go see this?" No, where did you see that? Oh, I was over here and I found this. What? Where was that? I never saw. That is one of the best parts about Bethesda titles that I will never get sick of, ever. Everybody has different stories. You could talk to people today about Skyrim. There are things that you have seen that somebody else has never seen before in Skyrim. It happens all the time. And it's an incredible piece of what they do. It's a part of their magic that I don't want ruined because yeah, you can say, well, it's so gigantic, you know, what's the big deal if they show, you know, if some people talk about this. No. I want to see that for myself for the first time, right? That's how I am. So I hope they hold tight on this one. And don't give out the review codes. I that's fine. You can have a preview. You can give, you know, the IGN behind the scenes look so they can write about it for 30 days or whatever the case may be, break down some of the basics. I'm all cool with that stuff. I just don't want any of the other stuff spoiled beforehand before I pop it in. Yeah, I agree with you completely, Scalzi. Real quick, Scalzi, on content creation, while I've got you here, because you are on the PC side of things, you do a lot of PC stuff. You just talked about your mods for Fallout 4, 800 mod plus kind of build. Kind of tell people, because I'm a console only dude, right? I've been console only dude forever. I had a small time during high school, way back in the day, where I did a little bit of PC gaming. Had some buddies in PC gaming, but never done hardcore PC. People that are console only, or people that don't understand what Bethesda is on the PC side of things, because that's their bread and butter, right? That's been forever, okay? Bethesda, PC, they're a marriage made in heaven because of the way they do things. That's why they use the creation engine. It's favorable for modders. It's easy. People love it. We've seen it. We've heard Phil talk about integrating modding in the modding scene more into the console side of things, giving access. We saw that with the Skyrim anniversary drop, where they added a ton of the mods out there. Some of the best and biggest mods were integrated into the console version of Skyrim, and we got that. Phil specifically said this generation, we're going to see more of that. Now he's got one of the best, if not the best modding studio out there in terms of their games and the support. What do you expect for a game like Starfield here? What do you expect to see over the next, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? What do you think this is going to turn into? Are we going to get the Star Trek mods? Are we going to get the Star Wars mods? Are we going to get everything we possibly think of out of this thing? What do you think there?
Yeah, that's a great question, because one of the biggest things that increases the longevity and the overall lifespan of Bethesda games is the mods, right? Like I just said, I'm still playing hang on, like computer's doing something strange here. I'm still playing Fallout, right? I'm playing Fallout 4 again, and I've played that game probably 10 other times over the years since it's come out, and here I am again playing Fallout. I have a similar mod build for Skyrim as well on my computer right now, so I can go back to Skyrim and play that again. Starfield is going to take all that and multiply it times 100, because the setting of space with all these different thousands of planets is the perfect backdrop for modding capabilities. I think we're going to get the Star Trek mod, the Star Wars mods, Mass Effect mods. Probably somebody is going to, what I said in my Discord is, I wonder how long it's going to take before somebody mods one of the planets in Starfield and makes the entire map of Skyrim on it.
Right.
The modding capabilities with Starfield is insane, and that alone is going to cause this game's lifespan to probably be at least as long as Skyrim, if not even longer. I am super excited for the mods for Starfield, and I do hope that Phil Spencer can get console modding to be at least closer to what it can on PC, because naturally it's never going to be one-to-one with PC, because with PC you can have like 10 1 terabyte solid state hard drives, you can have faster CPUs, multiple GPUs, so the capability on PC is naturally greater than it is on console. But if they can take a decent chunk of that and put it on console as well, and bring in more people into the amazing modding universe that is Bethesda Game Studios games, that is just going to open up a can of worms, like a positive one of nice worms that they never thought they would have experienced before. Because I've played Bethesda games for a very, very long time, and I played them on Xbox 360 before I ever played one on PC. I think the first PC Bethesda game I played was 2 years after Oblivion came out. I got it for PC because my Xbox 360 died, and I saw, what are all these mods they have for this? And I downloaded the mega mod pack that had like 50, 60 mods for Oblivion, and I felt like I was playing an entirely different game. I felt like I was playing Oblivion 2. So Starfield is just going to blow all this out of the water with mods, and the cool thing is a lot of the first mods that come out for Bethesda Game Studios games are like the unofficial patches, right? Or the cutting room floor mod that restores cut content. Starfield is a different beast. It has over 8 months longer of polishing now, and not only that, but the gaming hardware on the technical side of things for both PC and console are larger than it's ever been before, and we got all digital releases now potentially, or day one patches, to where they don't have to cut content, right? So not only will they not have to cut as much content, not only will they not have to release the game with as many bugs to where modders have to fix it, some of the first mods we'll see will be actually pure content mods instead of bug fixes. So I just can't wait for the modding scene of Starfield. By the time I'm finished with vanilla Starfield, I'll be ready to jump back in with all the amazing mods that are out there by that point in time. So we could have mods for different ships. I'm sure some of the mods will be a little bit crazy with the ship designs we can make, maybe some of them more on the humorous sides. But I think it would be amazing. Like just imagine Starfield, right?
Yeah.
But you have all the Mass Effect alien races out there flying around with their own ships, having a faction system where each Mass Effect race is its own faction vying for territory. You can do quests for them. I'm already excited for Starfield, but when I start to think about the mods, that excitement just becomes a whole different thing.
It really does, and that's why I'm hopeful with Phil's words, and obviously with the backing of Bethesda now underneath the Xbox umbrella, that is a reality. Like you said, we're not going to get everything.
We won't get the Star Wars and Star Trek mods and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I feel like the ones that they've put on console were curated to like make sure that those kind of things weren't included. And I have a feeling that's probably the way it's going to be. But man, I hope, because like if you play like Forza, right? You see like Marvel cars, right? You see like all these things because people's creations. You see all this different stuff. So I hope they open that up. I think they could be afraid of getting sued. From Microsoft's perspective, for consoles,
What's the difference between that? If it's if it's created, like where does that line get drawn, right? Because obviously we see it on PC all the time. People do crazy things on PC. Marvel characters, Spider-Man. How many different characters are now? You can play as Spider. You can play as anything in Spider-Man now. So where does that line draw? And is there a difference between that and consoles, PC and console?
Yeah, I think there is, because usually if you're putting something on console, it's like Mav said, it's more curated, right?
Yeah.
But PC, it's like the Wild West. You could put up any mods up there. There's a lot of crazy mods that I won't name in this podcast for a lot of the games as well. So like you won't see any of those on console.
No, the Skyrim mods,
the nude mods. You know, we won't be flying any dildo spaceships in space and stuff like that, probably. Right, but
not on console.
Not on console. Yeah. But
like lightsabers.
I mean, you think about the way it works on PC. Yeah, I mean, you literally drag and drop like files inside file folders. You know what I mean? Whereas like on console, you know, like they have to be presented for you in like a drop down box right now. Is the way they're doing it. So that means they actually have to put that option in the game.
Right.
That's why I think they'd be afraid to do so. But it would be amazing if they could just get somehow the ability to put some of these bigger, best ones in the game, because you know it's inevitable, the stuff that's going to be out there. And it maybe takes some working with some of these companies to say, hey, is this cool if we put you know what I mean? And maybe they would be. But I would love to see it, because that would open up another avenue, right? Of just like expanding the gameplay on consoles. And if you're really into the modding scene, guess what? You have the PC. Right. So you can always dive in that way as well. But when Phil did talk about that originally, Pong, the allowing for mods on consoles, it's always going to fall short unless they somehow allow the true craziness. Right.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see how they work that out. But I would love to. My dream again would be to fly an X-wing around, you know, the X-Men.
That's what I'm saying.
And stuff, and like just like, oh my god,
I want to be taking down Star Destroyers. I mean, I want all of it. Like, give me it all.
Yeah. There's so many different things you can do. I want it. But the thing is that would be cool. What we could maybe expect is maybe some of the Microsoft game theme mods could be there. They could have maybe allowed for some of those, like if there's a Halo mod or a Gears mod or any of that, maybe we could see some of that stuff.
I mean, look what's on Forge right now. Now that's like Forge. People are recreating everything on
Right,
Forge.
I agree. Like you could make there's just all the kinds of stuff on there, and
got Skyrim mods now.
Yeah,
we know what today. The people are remaking the towns in Skyrim for Halo. God's sakes, that's crazy.
I think it would be amazing. But you're making a good point though, because of like the things I described with Forza, and you're right with the Forge. There's like so many different things from like pop culture and stuff in there now.
Right.
Like just like if you're gonna allow it in some respects, just allow it on everything. You know what I mean? Without maybe they have to keep some of the most obscene ones out there because there's
of course
there's gonna be
that's never gonna
some
happen.
insane stuff as well. But
that's never gonna happen. Scalzi, last one on Starfield here. They've got MMOs for all their games. Are we getting this? I know you've speculated on this. I know, obviously ZeniMax Online is currently working on a new IP. They've been working on it for 4 years. We don't know what it is. It hasn't been announced yet, but we do know it's in existence. They've confirmed that much. Do you think that they have a Starfield MMO ready to rock and roll sooner than later? Or do you think they wait to see the reception on this brand new IP before they commit to that? What do you think?
Yeah, so ZeniMax Online Studios is an interesting thing because they only have one game, right? And that's Elder Scrolls Online, which is the MMO version of a single-player Bethesda Game Studios game. They are working on another IP that we know. They've been working on it for a while. And there's a couple interesting points I want to make here. But first of all, we don't know what it is at all, but there is concept art for it that's been discovered from some of the artists that is definitely space themed, 100% space themed. And there is also job listings for ZeniMax Online Studios that say this person's going to be working on vehicle AI mechanics for NPCs in the game. So whatever the space game is, NPCs are going to be utilizing vehicles in one way or another. But one big point I want to make is years ago, I think it was 2021 around there, maybe even earlier, maybe it was even 2022. But one of the ZeniMax Online Studios execs said in a showcase or a trailer that they will be ready to show us and announce this new game soon. Never happened. It's been a while. But what did happen? Starfield was delayed. So if it is a Starfield MMORPG, that announcement would then also have been delayed as well. And to answer your question specifically, are they going to wait to see Starfield's reception? It seems like they're already knee-deep in development on this game. I don't think they're going to necessarily wait to see the reception. I think they're going to still make it one way or another. So if it is a Starfield MMORPG, I still don't think we would see it for maybe 2 years after Starfield releases. That way everyone can get into Starfield. They can play thousands of hours of it. And then once they're finished with it, boom, here's even more Starfield for you.
With your friends.
Yes, now you can play it with your friends. And a space MMORPG would be amazing with those Bethesda Game Studios vibes baked into it. We have a few space MMOs, kind of. There's EVE Online, but EVE Online is more of like a heavy simulation-based thing with a focus on economy, right? There's Elite Dangerous, which is heavy simulation, right? There might be a couple other ones I'm forgetting, but a Starfield MMO wouldn't really be heavily focused on the economics or the simulation type of thing. It would just be a straight up RPG game. So there's a special place, a special hole in the gaming community right now in terms of games that are available out there for a game like a Starfield MMO. So even though it's not necessarily confirmed that's what they're working on, there are also some rumors it might have been like a Mandalorian thing or something. None of that's confirmed. If I had to be a betting man, I would still put my chips on the table that it is a Starfield MMORPG. But that's just my take. I'm not sure, I'm just guessing. But I really hope it is, because if I'm this excited for Starfield, the single player version, I would probably eat up an MMO just as much.
To your point, when they did say before new IP, like Starfield is a new IP, right? So I mean, that would still fit within that category. But if they were talking about something else, it's like maybe they would do that game and then do Starfield after that. But I think eventually this game will have that lifespan and be successful, and we'll get that. But Skyrim has been around for what, 10 years, over 10 years now. And it's still popular, right? It's also spawned, Elder Scrolls Online came out, what, like 6 years after Skyrim or so, maybe 7 or 6.
Yeah, maybe 7 or so. I can't
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't remember exactly how long, but that would fall into the timeline if they did do like, because like Fallout already had like a big established universe with multiple games, right? Elder Scrolls has had several games and a big established
Right.
universe. So maybe they do Starfield, have whatever this other thing they've been working on, and then once that Starfield, people will be playing this game for years, right? It gets established, then maybe that would be a better time than just to follow. Because I think the ZeniMax Online game is going to be sooner than later, probably. I can't imagine it'll be like 4 years away because they've talked about this game even when they announced the Bethesda ZeniMax acquisition, or when they had all the introductions to all the different studio heads and stuff. They talked about, and ZeniMax Online is hard at work at the next big, game that they're working on. I can't imagine that they would have Starfield launch and then like only 1 or 2 years later have the Starfield MMO launch. For me, it makes sense to do maybe the other game and then do the Starfield MMO. But because I think the ZeniMax Online's probably going to be running 2 teams, I would assume, right? Because they're still supporting Elder Scrolls Online, and they're going to be making this new game. So maybe they turn into that 2-team revolving studio and get 2 projects out that they're constantly managing, right? So maybe 6 years from now, 7 years from now, Starfield MMO, and before that, here's why I love when Bethesda does something like different as well, and if they do, they have been heavy on licensed stuff recently, right? Because in the Indiana Jones, there was the rumors about another licensed product that you talked about a long time ago, Skolzy. I remember before there was potential rumors of even Roundhouse doing a licensed game, right? So my dream would be like if ZeniMax Online had some kind of licensing deal for another game, DC, Marvel, or whatever. But they did come out and say it wasn't Star Wars, I believe, right? They shot that down.
Yeah.
So, which is sad. We need a Star Wars. We need a Star Wars MMO.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
but I would just love to see something else. Something else. It's really interesting. But if they and the reasoning I'm putting this Disney Marvel's aspect into there, because with that other, if Roundhouse rumors potentially come true and there is like, let's say like a Marvel Roundhouse game or whatever, right? And we know Indiana Jones. To me, that speaks to maybe a potential bigger relationship that may have happened a few years back between Bethesda and licensing games from the Disney side, right? So that could lead to maybe 3 projects, right? Because I wouldn't imagine like they go out in left field and some other random company and do like,
it's gonna be a Mickey Mouse MMORPG.
Yeah, let's go Daffy Duck the game.
Please.
Or no, it's not Daffy Duck. That would be WB. No, it'd be Donald Duck. There you go.
Donald. Yes.
Yeah. Donald Duck the game. Yeah, it would be cool like if it was somewhere in that realm, but if it's not, it could be, just something else. But regardless of what it is, it's gonna be awesome. I can't wait.
It is.
I mean, there were rumors it could be superhero based too. So,
Yes.
and that I guess could fit the whole NPCs driving vehicles around if it was a city. But the main thing that stood out to me was the concept art that looked spaces, and it wouldn't make sense for them to put a separate universe set in space released alongside Starfield. Even though it's 2 companies and one's single player, one's MMO, I would still think that if it was a space MMO, it would have to be.
If it's a space MMO, it's got to be Starfield, especially if it's not Star Wars, right?
Right.
Like, I don't think Jasper's dream is going to come true. It's not going to be Star Trek. So it would be, if it is space, it would have to be Starfield. I didn't see the concept art that you're talking about either. So is that stuff that had leaked with the original rumors?
Yeah, that was I think 2019 or 2020. But one of the concept artists, their art station was accidentally set to public. And it was an internal art station thing where they uploaded their work for their actual projects. And they had like 2 on there, maybe it was 3, but they were definitely space themed. One was a ship outside in space with planets, and another one looked like flying cars in like a futuristic cyberpunk kind of city. But that might also, like you said, Mav, that might be their plans after after whatever they're working on currently now. My cat is meowing in the background, so apologies for that. But they might put out something else first and then let Starfield sit and cook for a bit and then be like, here's the MMO, like 4 years or whatever.
It's just interesting. I'm trying to think what would be the best move. I want to have Insane Cakes back on the show so we can grill him.
Yes.
We had him on. He's works for ZeniMax Online, and I could tell with that guy that they got something good, right? That he just can't wait till they reveal. And I'm wondering, maybe this is the year that does get revealed. Unless it's Starfield, then I don't think it'll happen this year. I think it'll happen next year.
No. Right. Like Skullsy said, if it's Starfield, they'll wait.
Yeah.
Give people time to play and get used to the fact that we already we have a Starfield game out, and then go, oh, by the way, here's our MMO down the road, right? So I definitely believe that too.
We got two super chats real quick. From one from Splendiferous for $2. Says, by the way, Pong, no love lost, and now let's do Avowed.
Ooh, let's do Avowed.
He wants a whole Avowed show, I think.
I haven't even got my hands on Starfield first, okay? And then we'll start talking.
We got to see something else from Avowed at some point before we go too deep diving on that. And then a $5 super chat from Mr. Too Opinionated. I appreciate you. The Ding-a-Ling ship mod, Shrek Planet, Baby Yoda, anything is possible. Absolutely.
I can't wait to blow up a planet with my dildo ship.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Mandalorian would be really cool, within that, just Star Wars. I mean, go around in your bounty hunter ships, roaming around from planet to planet, doing missions. Oh my God. I'm gonna turn into a PC player with Starfield, man. I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy.
Something. And that's the other good aspect of it coming out in September. It gives me time. Hopefully I can get a PC because I want to start content creating outside of just podcasting. And I'd love to stream Starfield.
Well, it's going to take a few years for all these amazing mods to come out too. So
but then I'll be ready.
Yeah.
But then I'll be ready and I'll have my PC and I'll be ready to rock and roll. So as soon as those lightsabers start hitting, those TIE fighters start hitting, I'm in.
So 4 or 5 years from now, PM and the PM will be PC Master Race in the PM. Possible. And it'll be, You've
already got the initials. It works out great.
Yeah, it does. PCMR in the PM.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna convert. That'll be crazy. People will be freaking out about that for sure.
You need to join the dark side.
Skullsy, is it gonna be? What do you think you're gonna do in Starfield? Are you gonna just explore everything? Are you one of those guys that mainlines it and then goes explores? Are you that guy that just like me that just wanders off into the never, and if I get back to the main quest, I get back to the main quest? Are you going to be a pirate? I'm going to be a space pirate. There's no question about it. What are you going to do first, you think?
No, that's a great question. So to kind of give a background, I didn't beat Skyrim's main story until 2 years after the game came out. I'm someone that just runs around, immerses myself in the game, takes a walk in town as I have my coffee IRL. I love to explore every single nook and cranny of the game. In Fallout 4, I love the map because it has a grid. So I can literally move up and down the grid and then go to the next square and then go to the next square. So no, I'm going to be exploring everything. I'm probably going to set a goal for myself to land on every single planet, every single moon, check out everything there is to check out, and then I'll probably pick up the main story throughout that. But I usually don't like to complete the main story until I have at least got 80 to 90% of all the side content done. Now, that's usually my first playthrough. I tend to be a good guy. My second playthrough, I tend to be a little bit more, evil, more banditry. But even when I play well, I still have a mix, right? So I'll still, if someone's, an asshole, I'll steal from their house.
Of course.
I'll do the Thieves Guild. I'll do the Dark Brotherhood stuff. So one thing I like about Starfield is we can join the Crimson Fleet and we can be a pirate, but eventually we can be like a double agent and take them down. So that allows me the opportunity and the avenue to still be a pirate, but pretend like I'm doing a good job by blending into them and pirating other ships while taking them down. My first character, what I'll probably do, because I've been a chef like you mentioned with your amazing detective work at the beginning of the podcast, I'll probably be a space chef, because why not, right?
Why not?
And then I'll have the starter house on the moon where I got to pay a mortgage, and then I'll have my parents where I got to send them money. So a lot of my money will be taken from me in the game, but I don't mind. But that's probably going to be my first build. One thing that does kind of stand out stand out to me with Starfield though is I think we're gonna have different start options. I don't think we're gonna start like for Skyrim on the carriage. We end up in Riverwood or River Run, whichever it is. It's been so long since I played Skyrim. Shame on me for not remembering. And then we all do Bleak Falls Barrow, which is the bane of my existence every time I play Skyrim. Again, I hate doing that place because I've done it so many times. Judging by what Will Shen said in the previous Starfield trailer, he was talking about a corporate start, to where we kind of got to work our way up in the corporate start. And he specifically said corporate start. So I'm wondering if we can kind of choose a background and that'll actually change the entire beginning of the game for us. And then eventually...
That'd be a little cyberpunky.
Yeah,
in a way.
Yeah, which is a trend too now to kind of do that. And by doing the start, whatever we choose, we eventually do some kind of quest for our prologue to where we encounter or discover one of the artifacts, and then we get wrapped up into the Constellation quest chain. That's at least my take on things. So I hope that's how it is, because that would improve the replayability factor by 1,000.
Yes.
Because anytime I replay Skyrim, I just loathe having to sit on the freaking trolley on the cart and then do Bleak Falls Barrow again. That's why usually when I play Skyrim again, I do the alternate start mod just to switch things up. So
yeah, nice. I can't wait. Mav, what are you gonna do? I already know you, but go ahead. Tell everybody what you're gonna do for Starfield.
What am I gonna do in Starfield?
Yeah, first. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna
explore.
Well, at first, I'm imagining you got to get out of whatever situation you're in, like every Bethesda game, and then you step out to where you're kind of free and like, whoa, what do I do? And at that point, I'm just gonna wander aimlessly and get into shenanigans and just talk to random people. Probably accidentally kill people I'm not supposed to.
Yes, you will do that.
Start entire civil wars on planets I don't mean to create. I'm probably gonna steal from people and get caught. I'm probably gonna accidentally get bitten by somebody and become some kind of alien that I gotta find a cure for if I want to not become an alien. And it's gonna, or I decide to go ahead and go the alien route, and it's gonna completely change the way I play the game forever. I'm gonna find and talk to random people and find sub quests that have like 1,000-hour long quest lines. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be walking through a town, and some guy is gonna come up to me and say, "I'm looking for you to kill you, you son of a bitch." And I'm gonna be like, "What did I do?" That's what's gonna happen, man. I'm gonna fly around on my ship and shoot at people and wonder if they're innocent or if they're hostile, and find out after the fact. I'd like, what? Oh, I'm gonna go check out all the dead bodies on this ship. Were they friendly or bad? Well, regardless, I still got loot to get. You know, I that's what I'm gonna do, man. And that's what a Bethesda game is. And yeah, I can't wait, man.
The sandbox.
It's gonna be amazing. So
this is on a whole nother level.
That pretty much sums up my experience with every Bethesda game I've played.
Right. It's a ball of chaos. That's what Mav is in most games, especially if there's guns involved. He's just a ball of chaos. You just don't know what's going to happen, but chances are he's going to be involved in a firefight, and he's going to involve you in it if it's a multiplayer game. But chances are he's going to walk into a place that he's not supposed to be and start shooting. And this game does have levels, folks, by the way. In this trailer, we got to see an alien that was an alien creature, big tube worm with legs and very big teeth, that was level 75. That caught my attention in this trailer too, because I was like, oh, we're gonna have some high levels here. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be good. But yeah, for me, I guess it's going to depend on getting to the shipbuilding and how quick we can get to the shipbuilding and what it's going to take to build the ships. And if if you've got to start in a starter ship, and that can only get you so far because you only have so much fuel, and you really got to focus on, building up to that moment where you can explore a little bit more, explore a little bit more, explore a little bit more. But that's where I'm at. And that's why I'm going to be a pirate from the get-go. As soon as I'm going to be a pirate, I'm a pirate. Okay. If I'm level 1 and I see some kind of transport ship, and I've got my little tiny X-Wing fighter basic ship, I'm attacking. And I'm going in, and I'm going to try to get some resources, right? Because I know that's what we're going to need. I know we're going to need resources. I know I'm going to need money to build my ships. But I need to be able to get out there. And that's really going to be my starting point. Again, mainline, I'll do what I have to do, but then I'm going to be off. And it's going to be forever, like Scalzi said, before I get back to the mainline story, unless there's some real big purpose that I really want to push it forward. I'm gone. I'm going to be I'll probably be a billionaire in space terms by the time I get back to the mainline, right? I'll have multiple planets set up with all my bases, and I'll be collecting resources that I can't even use nonstop. I'm just going to be this baron over much of the space, right? As many of the planets as I can get to and conquer, that's what I'm going to do. So that's going to be I think that's going to be the starting point for me. But we'll see. You just never know. That's the best part about Bethesda games. You just don't know until you get into them what you're going to wind up doing.
Sometimes
right?
these games, this main storyline grabs you and you just got to plow through it because you can't wait to see what happens next also, right? Yes. Bo TV says, I'm going to be the most hated idiot in the galaxy.
There you go. That's another way to do it,
That would be like my chosen play style in Starfield, 100%. Yes. People fear me, not based off of fear, based on my unpredictableness and what chaos might ensue.
I love it. I love it. And if I can turn into Han Solo and I can be running illicit items across the galaxy, I'll be doing that.
You could do the Kessel run.
I could do the Kessel run. Somebody's going to create the Kessel run.
My God.
Or some version of it in a mod. It's going to be fun. Scalzi, do you have any updates on Spy Team? Do we know what Spy Team is yet?
Yeah, so real? One interesting thing about Spy Team is it's been, the trademark was filed, I believe, around the same time, if not before, Deathloop and Redfall. So we already know what Deathloop and Redfall are. Right. Deathloop is out already. It's been out for a while. Redfall is going to be out soon, but there's been no announcement for Spy Team. So it's a trademark that's been continued to be renewed ever since then. So Bethesda clearly has plans for it. They're not abandoning it. It's going to be a game at some point in time. And, you know, it's hard to pinpoint who exactly would be making Spy Team. A lot of people want to think Roundhouse because they've been quiet forever. But one thing that comes to mind for me is Bethesda Game Studios Austin, because before Bethesda Game Studios Austin was acquired by Bethesda, they were Battlecry Studios, and they were working on an online kind of hero shooter game where it was a big arena, big map, and two different teams would fight each other, right? That game didn't do too well in playtesting, so they scrapped it, but they still have all the code and all the kind of stuff for that type of game in-house, because when you buy a game studio, you're not just buying their staff and their name and stuff, you're buying all their assets, all their IPs and everything they have. So the name Spy Team to me seems like it could kind of fit that style of game. And I know that style of game isn't for everybody, but I don't think Spy Team is just going to be that. Just going off the name alone, and this is me speculating off the name, I think it's going to be kind of like a two-team hero shooter, but it's not just going to be that. It's going to be there's a big map, maybe a town, a city, whatever, and it's going to be espionage based. So one team will have to remain hidden, not get their identities burned, not get discovered, while trying to accomplish a goal. And it could be two different spy groups all working to accomplish the same goal first, while also trying to either kill the other team or thwart their plans. Right. Or it could be something like a Splinter Cell Spy versus Mercs, which is a highly underrated.
Now you're speaking Mav's language.
One of my favorite multiplayers ever.
It was criminally underrated, in my opinion. I loved Spy versus Mercs, and it's a shame that they didn't try to expand on it further. And it's also a shame that Splinter Cell kind of fell off the face of the earth. I think we might be getting another one now.
Yes.
But Spy Team to me sounds like it's a game kind of like that. And even if it's not Spy versus Mercs per se, if it's just two different spy teams like Spy versus Spy, they're both trying to blend into the area they're in without being discovered, maybe trying to set up the other team so they do get discovered, trying to race to the objective. There'd be a lot of moving pieces in this type of game that I think would be super interesting, and each map could have a different objective. You know, normally I'm not into those types of games, the hero shooter type things, but if it's something like what I'm estimating here, I would be totally for it, totally down. And also another thing we got to keep in mind is Bethesda Softworks, all their various studios are working together on collaborated projects more so than they've ever done before. So Deathloop kind of fell off a bit. We probably won't get another Deathloop for a while, but Deathloop is kind of a espionage, kind of spy game almost. I mean, obviously you kill people, you have all these different abilities. You can go around just massacring everybody like crazy, which sounds like something Mav would do, or you can blend in and you can try to be sneaky about it, right? So maybe Arcane can help Bethesda Game Studios Austin and maybe Roundhouse can get involved and they can work on this big, massive game, which probably would do well with a shadow drop. Hi-Fi Rush did amazing with a shadow drop. By shadow dropping Hi-Fi Rush, they avoided any potential pre-release negativity, which the internet is known for. If Bethesda Softworks, any of their studios, are making a hero shooter objective-based kind of game, that type of game may be open to more hate, than some of the other ones, because that type of game isn't for everybody. But if they shadow drop it, they let people play it for themselves like they did with Hi-Fi Rush, I think it could be something very, very special.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm looking forward to hearing this thing. I know you've been talking about it for a long time when you first discovered it. And it's always interesting when a company continues to update a trademark over and over again. Now, sometimes that turns out to be vapor, right? We saw this with 2K, right? And Rockstar when they had Agent. Remember, Agent was trademarked for what? Almost like a decade and a half, something crazy, a decade. And then it wound up, they finally let it go, I think, over the past couple of years. I don't think they renewed it again. So, but I hope this one's real. And I hope you're onto something because, again, Spy versus Mercs, some type of situation, some type of game like that with those multiplayer mechanics, I'm always down for it. And again, with Game Pass nowadays, instant audience, you never know. Got something big coming. Well, it looks like, my God, it's almost been 2 hours already. I told you, we could talk Starfield all freaking night, man. It's crazy. And I know, Skullsy, you got to get out of here. Mav and I are going to transition into, obviously, talking about the delay, not delay, whatever you want to say, whatever you're.
We got a lot of ABK stuff to cover, too.
We got a lot of ABK stuff. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while, man. So this is going to be a long show. I knew it was going to be, especially having Skullsy on, because I wanted to talk Starfield. I wanted to deep dive Starfield and get all of our thoughts on it, but specifically Skullsy's as well, because it's not too often we get him on here. It's the first time. Hope you're going to come back, though, Skullsy, because we're going to have a lot more Starfield to talk and a lot more Bethesda to talk, so it's going to get good around here. But as far as the delay, not delay. Again, you talked about it on Boom shows a lot because Boom brings it up quite a bit as well. And we were on the Marcher bandwagon, all that good stuff. But now we have a date. Where I heard your video yesterday, but for people who haven't heard your video, kind of where are you at with this? Again, I don't think none of us here, and I'll speak for this and I'll preface this because people don't always hear things the right way. Unfortunately, in today's society, none of us are against delays. None of us. None of us want a bad game to come out in any way, shape, or form. At all. If it takes a delay, if it takes 2 delays, so be it. Whatever. Do it. I want to focus instead on the commitment. And I want to know if you think that the Xbox commitment, when they did the showcase last year, the 12 months, was that a commitment to you? Or did you take it as a general window? And hey, a lot of times games don't make those windows. Where are you at with it? Do you think that Microsoft needs to stay away from that language in the future? Did it upset you, disappoint you at all? Where are you at with this?
Yeah, so I put the blame more on Microsoft than Bethesda. Microsoft, in my opinion, needs to do better with their marketing, first of all, and also with their actual words they choose to use. Seems like they get a little too confident in some things and then have to backtrack later. And I think Starfield ended up being part of that shrapnel explosion with that type of thing. So yeah, I'm kind of a little annoyed with it. I love Xbox. I'll probably always love Xbox, but they do need to rethink how they word some stuff. They need to at least be like, hey, this is our target, right? This is our target, but not say this is what's gonna happen, because the wording seemed like, the mimic Todd Howard here, like it was written in ink. Right. And an interesting thing about Starfield is after the release date announcement in 2022, in June, Phil Spencer actually visited the Bethesda Game Studios offices. And then what happened after that? Well, Starfield got delayed. So I think it's more on Microsoft's end that they're like, you know what, for whatever reason, we want you to push Starfield out. We think it needs more polish, or we just don't like the release this year and we'd rather release next year. Clearly, Starfield needed more polishing based on the gameplay from last year. So maybe Bethesda also wanted to push it a bit. But Microsoft needs to rethink how they word stuff. They need to not feel like they're so confident that they can just make these big statements and then have to always backtrack later. I love Phil Spencer to death, but man, I wouldn't say I'm like disappointed, but I definitely will take those types of statements with a lot less weight now than I would have last year. So no, I agree. They kind of screwed up a bit. Hopefully though, Microsoft is showing that they are at least recently starting to learn a bit more from their mistakes. So hopefully this is something they won't repeat in the future. I'd like them to be a little bit more open-ended with these types of predictions and not just let themselves fall into a pit again that they have to crawl out of later.
Yeah, no, and we're gonna get into it, but I do agree with you in a lot of ways, Scalzi. And listen, brother, thank you so much. I'm gonna get you out of here so you can get on with your night. Mav and I got a lot to get into. This is gonna be fun.
A longer show.
Yeah, it's gonna be a longer show. See if Mav starts to fall asleep or not.
Nah.
No, I know you won't. But Scalzi, no, absolutely honored that you dropped in here, gave us 2 hours of your time tonight. I can't tell you how much it means to me to finally get to podcast with you again as somebody who's watched your content for a lot longer than I've been podcasting. Man, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for bringing all the Bethesda knowledge and talking Starfield for 2 hours with me and Mav. Again, this is the good stuff right here. This is something all three of us, hype levels through the roof. Again, your knowledge on another level. It's great to hear your perspective and come in here and give the audience and me and Mav a taste of it. So thank you for being here, Scalzi. Tell everybody who may not know, again, you're an intriguing man. You've been around for a very long time, sir, but you've been doing more work. You've been out here with Boom and doing his shows and that kind of stuff. But for somebody who hasn't seen you, where can they find you? What you got going on? What you got coming up? Tell them. Let them know.
Yeah, for sure. First of all, I appreciate you guys inviting me on. Definitely down to come on again. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it. Make sure everyone likes and subscribe to these fine gentlemen. If you're not familiar with my content, you can check me out at youtube.com/Scalzi. You got a lot of Bethesda news, Bethesda deep dives going down over there. And also, if you're on Twitter, you can follow me at Scalzi TV, no space. And finally, if you're a fan of Bethesda games, which I'm sure a lot of you who are listening probably are, I'm working over at Once Lost Games with the original creators of the entire Elder Scrolls franchise on a game called The Wayward Realms. We're trying to bring back some of the depth of older RPGs along with new modern systems. Our game map is the size of the entire continent or island of England, whatever it's considered. So definitely check me out over there as well. My speaker says please charge. It needs to wait. But yeah, that's where you can follow me. And I appreciate it again, guys. You're awesome.
No, thank you, Scalzi. Mav, you got any parting words?
Yeah, just thank you again, dude. I love your content. I love the way you put your videos together. A lot of speculation as well, which I am a huge fan of. It's always fun to speculate on things, especially about the hobbies and things that we love to take part in, right? So appreciate you. I got your YouTube channel in the description below. I put it in the chat earlier as well. So everybody, make sure you go check out Scalzi's channel. Hit that sub button. Check out his newest videos. He's dropping them like every day right now, pretty much, with the Starfield stuff. So check it out, everybody. And thanks, Scalzi. And I hope you have a good one, man.
Yeah, thank you guys.
We are gonna have you back, Scalzi. So get ready because we're gonna
definitely
lead up to the
after the deep dive.
After the deep dive. Oh, we're in.
I am so down. You guys enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
Have a good one, bro.
Thanks, Scalzi. Oh man. All right, Mav. Woo-wee.
Scalzi is amazing.
Oh, he is, bro. We could have done 4 hours on Starfield. I could just, we could go back and forth with questions and just speculate about what we're gonna see. Again, you guys, if you didn't already know, I think you know now. There's almost 200 of you in this chat again. Again, thank you all for being here. Again, I did promise you all before Mav and I get into the conversation that we just started with Scalzi, I am gonna shout out a bunch of you because that's what we do here. Again, no matter how big Mav gets, I want to do this because it is a pleasure to have you all.
I'm a hungry guy. What can I say, Pong?
Yeah. That's not what I meant, sir.
I'm just kidding.
Camp Easy, great to see you in here. Clane, great to see you in here. Talus Ray, of course, I was dropping in to say hi. Brother Psychonauts is in the house. Sky L, what is going on? Thank you for joining us on Thursday night. Spooky, what's going on, Spooky? Shout out to you, brother. Keep Spooky in your thoughts. He's got the procedure coming up here, so keep Spooky in your thoughts yet again. But good to see you in here, brother, and I hope everything turns out well, and obviously I'll be checking in on you. UK Lad is in the house, and of course, the one, the only Splendiferous, who has been giving me a hard time for the past couple of weeks. Appreciate you, brother. Harry Balzac is in the house. Harry, what's going on, man? Guardian Black, great to see you, my friend, jumping on in here. Blas Reed Jenkins, great to have you a part of the show as well. Biggity08, Biggity08, Biggity8, however you want to say it. Great to have you, Biggity. It's Timmy. It's Timmy's in here, always saying hi. Nix, one of the originals. What's going on, Nix? Great to have you a part of the show, brother. Dusty, what's going down? Frizzle, how you doing, Frizzle? Happy Thursday night, man. Go Po, of course, is dropping on in here saying hi. Doc50, what's going down? Moneybag97, what's going on with you? The Sousa, what is happening? Who else we got in here? We got, let's see. Man, you guys are chatting up a storm.
Yeah,
Nico
it's
Chief,
moving,
117.
bro.
Yeah, you guys are moving tonight. Obviously, love to see that. That's a part of this, man. We can't thank you enough for being here and doing this. God Emperor Sofa King, of course. What's going down? What else we got in here? We got Bo TV. Bo TV's in the house. What's going on, Bo? Cobra Pilsen. Cobra Pilsen. I love that. I hope that's your real first name, by the way. That would be dope. Shane G, what's going on? Shane, how's it going, brother? Great to have you in here as well. Charlie Hustle, what's happening with you? We got Farq, what's going on, Farq? I'm surprised you haven't changed your name. Poison Maniac, of course, big supporter out here in the community. Great to have you in here as well. That's as far back. Oh, why so serious is an hour? And of course, one of my favorite names, Black Carday, even though it's probably not Black Carday. I don't care. I added the Carday a long time ago. So Black Carday, what's going on, brother? Great to have you in the show as well. Dion Haynes, I see you as well. Thank you for dropping on here. RSJ fan, of course, always checking us out as well. Listen, all of you, almost 200 of you here, been solid, been rocking out, comments flying, discussions nonstop. That's what we love to see here. And of course, Skullsy was an amazing guest to have on tonight for this hype about Starfield. And it's only going to get bigger and it's only going to get better as we march towards September. That deep dive, that stream, Mav, if it goes Xbox showcase and then deep dive right afterwards, our streaming that day is going to be insane.
Oh my God, you're right, dude. How are we going to, we're like, how long are we going to be going?
Oh, I don't have any idea. I already saw people talking about it, but I don't know how the hype levels that day.
Oh yeah.
Like coming off of what probably potentially is going to be a freaking ridiculous showcase right into Todd Howard on stage playing Starfield.
Yeah.
Yo, it's going to be something special. So we got a big E3 time coming up, folks. Get ready. It's just starting. You see this hype? This hype is real. This hype has been real for a long time. But now that we got the announcement with the release date and we got new footage, to the moon, man. To the moon. I can't tell you how much. But there's always a but, folks.
Well, before we get into the but, we do have a super chat real quick I want to get to real quick because it fits in with saying hi to everybody in the chat.
Right.
Biggity08 did hit us with a $5 super chat also and said, "What's up, fellas? Great show. I appreciate you hanging out here at Biggity." And I think that's a new name that I see in the chat too.
Yeah.
So appreciate you. And then Dusty, member for 3 months. Welcome again to the Speculators. Been here for 3 months actually already. Said, "I respect you guys. Love the growth." The Dusty Uno. Yeah, appreciate you, Dusty. Been here for a while, man. Appreciate you as well. All right, let's get into the butt.
Let's get into the butt.
Let's get into the butt.
And Mr. Two Opinionated says, "I like big butts." Okay, well, perfect.
I cannot lie.
I cannot lie. Listen,
your other brothers can deny.
Do you know how long Sir Mix-a-Lot CD was in my vehicle? Like I did not take that CD out forever. Like literally back in the day. Oh my God.
When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, we went way off. All right. So, but we do have a big butt.
Let's get into the butt.
We do have a big butt. Again, I will say this again for anybody who wasn't here, anybody who didn't hear me before I asked Skullsy the question. Neither myself nor Mav, and I will speak for both of us because I know this 100%. But some people have a very hard time hearing what we say and hearing what other people say. They only hear what they want to hear. So let me make this very clear. Neither myself nor Mav have a problem if a dev needs to delay a game. Don't have a problem at all. Don't have a problem if it takes 2 delays. Don't have a problem if it takes 3 delays. Now, I might be disappointed that I don't get to play the game, But I will never say, and I said it jokingly while Skull as he was, because I would play a buggy Starfield. Okay, that's just me. But at the end of the day, if the dev says we need more time and we got to delay this, I don't care. Delay the hell out of the game.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are even crying or outraged about that whatsoever.
No, but the way the conversations have been going, and I'm going to get into this, Mav, and I'll let you get into this, and then we'll talk about the actual meat. We'll get it. Yeah. We'll get the potatoes first out of the way, okay, and then we'll hit the steak. The way that people conversate in this community is a problem. Okay, I'm sorry, it's a problem, and I'm going to call it out. I don't know what it is. Again, I go back to my days before social media existed, before the internet existed. I can blame it all on that. I can blame it on millennials. I can blame it on Gen Z, but I've seen older people have the same issue. It's humans in general that have a problem communicating nowadays. If somebody has a different opinion than you, that doesn't necessarily make them wrong, evil, terrible, or anything else.
Or pathetic.
Somebody else, pathetic. If somebody else has the ability to hold two competing ideas in their brain at the same time, which a lot of people need to develop because it's a good thing when you can do that, that's okay too, just because you may not be able to hold two competing ideas in your brain at the same time. That's okay. Like I can say, like what we're about to talk about, I can say that I'm disappointed that Microsoft committed to 12 months and didn't hit that 12 months. But I can also say that I'm happy that Todd Howard and his team are getting the extra time they need to make Starfield the best ever. Those are two competing things, but they can be on equal footing in my head, and I can justify both of them. It doesn't matter to me. Just because you may not want to talk about something, right? You may not necessarily think it's a worthy conversation. Doesn't mean that people can't have that conversation. And then when somebody's trying to explain their position and you jump all over them and are way off track, again, this goes back to that. I can't remember who said it first on Twitter. I think somebody posted on Twitter, it was a meme or something. Twitter is one of the only places, but internet in general, is one of the only places where you can say, I like waffles, and somebody will come underneath and go, why do you hate pancakes? And I saw that with this exact conversation here. It happens all the freaking time, folks. It happens all the freaking time. Somebody can say they're disappointed that Xbox didn't hold their commitment to 12 months, but that doesn't mean that they want a bad game. That doesn't mean they want a buggy game. That doesn't mean they said, well, Bethesda should have put out their game immediately. Again, conversation has gone downhill dramatically since, again, I don't know when, but I've watched it time and time again happen. And in this community, it's no different in a lot of communities, let me tell you. I've been around different communities, not just games, video games or whatever. This happens a lot. And this week was no different. And it's frustrating and it's tiring because honestly, people should be able to have full-fledged discussions. And I'm not talking about idiotic stuff. I'm not talking about the console war nonsense where we get personal with people over plastic box. I'm not talking about any of that stuff. You guys know, I call that shit out. It's circus. It's clown show. But if somebody honestly has some good discussions to be had, if you don't have anything to contribute, move on. Like, honestly, I don't know why that's so hard. You won't see me respond to nonsense because I'm not going to give it any energy. And I know it's a public forum, and I'm not telling you what to do. You can do whatever the hell you please. Again, it's a free country. It's free speech. I'm all about free speech. You should be able to say whatever you want to. But I'm just saying, if you're not going to come into that conversation and have a real conversation, and somebody has said, I like waffles, and you're jumping in with a comment that says, why do you hate pancakes? That's not okay, man. And again, these people, there's certain parts of the community, for whatever reason. And I'm not talking about the fanboys and fangirls that are the extremes. I'm talking about more middle grounded people. There are honestly people out here who I've seen criticize Sony, criticize Nintendo, criticize Xbox. But the minute somebody wants to criticize something about one of those companies that maybe they don't agree with or they don't think is worthy, they jump in and use degrading language to try to kill that conversation, to try to make it not worthy. And what happens is some of these people have big followings. Some of these people have a lot of people. And again, they're not in charge of them. I'm not one of those people that blames them either. But what I'm saying is when they use that degrading language to put down somebody who is having an honest to good conversation or has a big opinion about something that's going on, there's a lot of people that get caught up in the crossfire because a lot of those people take that as a, oh, look at this cool person doesn't like this opinion. So I guess I'm not going to like this opinion anymore either. Or I didn't even know about this opinion, or I didn't have an interest in this opinion. But now that cool guy says it's not cool, well, like, hey, guess what? I got to go start responding. And you get a lot of innocent people wrapped up in some nonsense when they're just trying to put out their feelings on the subject matter. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Again, if you can't communicate properly, if you can't hold a discussion where you actually are giving and taking, then don't jump into those situations. And again, you could do whatever you want to, but I'm just telling you, it's a waste of energy. It's a waste of everybody's energy to do this. And I just think we all be better off if we have open communications. You know how Mav and I stand. You know how me and Steele stand on Living Split Screen every Saturday morning. You know how Boom stands. If you want to have a real discussion, we'll have a real discussion. And in fact, on this show here and on Living Split Screen on Saturdays, we'll engage with the chat. If there's a good discussion going on or somebody brings up a good point, we'll engage. But it's not a, oh, you're just stupid, or grow up, or this is dumb.
Stop crying.
Stop crying. Stop your bitching. Stop your whining.
Stop whining.
That's not discussion. That's not discussion. That's you trying to shut down something that you don't necessarily want to hear or talk about. Again, if that's the case, you got options. You really do have options. You're not forced to be in any of this. Okay? So that's where I would start. Matt, go ahead. You say your side because I know you engaged a little bit on Twitter. You engage more than I do on Twitter. Again, that's your prerogative, and you sometimes like to do that. You feel like you need to jump in, whereas I keep myself back away from that. But go ahead, Mav, on that part of it. Where do you think we're at here in this community?
Now, I love, for number one, I love and respect a lot of the community, right?
Yeah.
But going into the heart of it at times, yeah, period, point blank, fucking amazing. It's brought so much to my life, to Caitlin's life, that when we started this channel, we couldn't even comprehend. I'd never fathomed like all the friends, all the new people that I would meet and make, and a lot of these people, you know, our friends and stuff. And it's like, okay, you know what I mean? But sometimes it's like when something becomes something that they don't agree with, and whoever it is, and the reason I'm saying they is because there's not just one specific person.
Oh,
right?
No.
And this goes into even if I'm making a post on Twitter or whatever, and it's just the immediate backlash or like name calling and stuff like that over something as simple as like a criticism of Xbox, right? The gatekeeping of conversation. When we agree on this conversation, it's allowed. When we don't agree with the point of this conversation, you're a fucking moron. You're an idiot. You're pathetic. You're whining. You're crying. Stop being a baby. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop gatekeeping conversation, point blank, period. People have a right to their opinion, right? If somebody makes an opinion I don't agree with, I don't fucking go except for the one guy today that said that like all gamers were fucking like
oh, that guy?
Yeah, that guy is fucking douchebag. He deserves it. The guy said like if you play video games, like grow up or some shit. Like fuck him. He can go fucking like walk down a short pier. I don't give a fuck.
Because again, it wasn't a great conversation. He made an opinion degrading statement.
Right.
That's bullshit.
So when you get to personal levels, like you want to have a conversation, but when it gets down to fucking name calling over somebody having an opinion about something or not liking something, it's like what is the point of that other than to prop yourself up and try and diminish others? Right? What is the point of that other than to belittle people that you call friends or that you say you respect in all of these regards as well? Right? Where does that end? where does it become what conversation is allowed and what conversation isn't? And we've had this talk several times before about other conversations, not just this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's about acquisition season and more recently the Marchers thing and all of this stuff, right? If me, Pong, or whoever else out there, not just us, want to say something that and you don't like it, you fucking come out and say, stop whining, or you're a baby, or what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would you think that? Or you're an idiot, or whatever. Like, just grow up. Be an adult if you are. If you're not, you shouldn't be watching the channel anyway. But if you are an adult, have a conversation, right?
Explain your side.
And most of the bigger people out there do that, right? And like we talk to each other. We have disagreements. We even DM with each other and all this kind of stuff as well, right? Like there's like great respect, I feel like, and stuff like that. But then there's the followers of those people as well. And that's what I don't think is realized across this, right? Because it's like, unleash your horde upon the fucking people with your calling these people morons and pathetic just because you don't like what they said. Did they direct anything towards you? No. But when you mass call people that have an opinion pathetic, moron, crying, whining, babies, idiots, all these things, you're just relegating yourself as you're the only one that's allowed to have an opinion.
Right.
It's not the way life works. Nope. Point blank. It's the way it is, right? So that's regarding the community aspect. Mm-hmm. There is also two truths to this in the whole conversation at hand. Games get delayed. I respect that. 100%. I'm completely fine with the delay. I even think I think September is a great date. I would have loved March, whatever. It's fine. You know, I don't care. We've talked about this numerous times, right? But then there's an Xbox side to this that you have to look at, right? That we've talked about in the past, even after the E3 show that they had. Directly after that, you're like, well, they're kind of painting themselves in a box here. And if they don't hit that, like that's all self-inflicted. So they can't be that stupid. They like Xbox can't be that like they got to be 100% on those to be able to have a show like that, right? So we were ultra confident because like how could you have an entire show themed around this idea and not actually be able to deliver on it, especially after this year that you're having, in the middle of this year that you're having, where you just delayed your biggest game and your other games out of your holiday window. Yep. So you know what's ahead. You know what's being talked about. You try and put this confidence out there with coming up with this idea.
This is purposeful.
Very purposeful. Yes. So how can you do that without being 100% certain that is where the smoke comes from? That's where the criticism comes from, because it's a time and time again thing that happens with setting expectations and then under-delivering on those expectations, especially when it comes to releasing your games, right? Is a 3-month delay a big deal? No. I could give a shit less. September is an amazing date. But they got to stop shooting themselves in the foot and painting pictures that they can't fill, right? That's just the end of, I mean, that's just what it is. That's the way I feel about it. Like I feel like the 12-month window thing was a stupid idea to begin with when they had it last year because of that reason. Then it turned out that 2 of the big first-party games are probably missing that window. We know one for sure now. Forza's looking like it's going to miss. Aura, we have no idea about that. That's another first-party published game as well.
The consoles are canceled.
The consoles canceled,
they're
as well.
Infinitely delayed as of
so like you're talking about 3 out of the 5 games, big first-party games that they had are not actually even hitting within that, and the biggest one that is hitting within that is still 11 months out from that time. It's just really not like the best look for Xbox. And the reason we criticize this is because we want them to do better, because we love Xbox, right? Like I love the platform. I love playing on the platform. I love the ecosystem. This year's fucking amazing. 2023 is one of the best years in Xbox history, and it's going to continue to be that way. But that doesn't change how I feel about their show last year, that I feel like was a fake ass public marketing bullshit thing now. Right? It was just they fed us a bunch of lies of bullshit. I'm just being honest with you. Even if they thought the games were coming within 12 months, you don't do that especially within 2022 unless you are certain. Like
Scully said, that was a lot of confidence.
It is a lot of confidence for them to come out on the show. You're going to be, we're focusing this entire show on games that you're going to be able to play within the next 12 months. Right. And it's like, okay, well, 2022 sucks, but you know what? This is all right. I get what you're saying here. All right. So let's try and save face a little bit. And we have this, and then you come out and it's like, okay, well, all right. Redfall. Yeah, it's hitting May. Okay, May. It's cool. It is whatever. We got Minecraft Legends April, right? Well, then we got that Dev Direct from Forza. It looks like it's probably not going to hit that window, especially with the next update they had with the monthly show that they're doing. And it's like, okay, well, that's one, right? We had all high hope for Forza, right? And and we had hope for Starfield, especially. And then Starfield moves out of that too. Now, at least we got the date for Starfield for me. Yep. Like that's a big thing. That's a big win in their favor, in my opinion, overall, right? But it's still filling up this year with games from first party for the most part that were supposed to hit last year for the bigger titles, right? Correct. So there could be more coming in the second half. We could get a Hellblade 2 announcement. That'll be a huge deal. We don't know when Forza Motorsports is going to land this year. Like I said, if you're an Xbox player, you have nothing to really complain about as far as games to play. There's so much stuff to do. Starfield, I don't care that it was delayed. I'm glad that they got the time they need. I can go back and look back at what Xbox did last year and say that was the wrong move because it was the wrong move in our opinion at the time. And it looks even worse as time goes by to set these unnecessary expectations upon themselves and upon their developers and have them not meet those times. Nobody looked at Xbox and said, you have to do a 12-month show. Nobody said, we want this. Nobody said, Xbox, you need to do 12 months. We need to know we need to know 100% just 12 months. That's all you're going to show. We need to know it's in 12 months. Nobody put the pressure on Xbox for that. They put it on themselves, right? They put it on themselves unnecessarily. And they just put their foot in their mouth now. Like they just shot themselves in the foot with having the biggest games from them, for the most part, moving now out of that window. So it is what it is. It's not a huge deal, right? But when we even say a little criticism at all on Twitter and get the amount of backlash, people saying we're outraged, crying, whining, all these things, like meltdowns, and all this stuff over just simply saying like Xbox should never do that 12-month thing again is dumb as fuck, right? Saying, well, it's okay that it was delayed because they need more time. Like I get that. I agree. If that's what it takes for the game, I'm 100%. You know what I mean? There's no crying or whining about the delay. We're looking at Xbox and criticizing their messaging and their marketing again because it's a big fail. Now, if you say, well, other games get delayed, Suicide Squad today was delayed, right? We can criticize that as well. We're talking about the entire E3 show from last year. The entire E3 show from Xbox. Their biggest, when they needed it the most, especially going into the year they were in.
It was the theme of the entire
It's like the entire E3 show. It's like, why?
Besides Kojima.
Why
Kojima
do,
was the only
besides that, why do this to yourselves?
Right.
Like what is the point?
Right.
So it is what it is. Like maybe they'll learn their lesson. I don't think they ever need to do the 12-month thing again. Right. Leave it more open. Right. That would be my feedback. Just like don't put yourself in these positions. And they do it time and time again. They did it with Halo Infinite. They did it with Starfield twice. They did it with several games now. Everything that was at that showcase last year, right? So I just want them to have I want the trend of them not meeting these deadlines and these games to being pushed back. I want the conversation to end, but it doesn't take us to stop talking about it. It takes them doing it, right?
Yeah.
So
and
anyway,
it's not, and it's not our. Listen,
Biggity's got a super chat. I want to answer real quick.
yeah, go ahead.
And I got to just double check, make sure we don't have any others. I think we do. But Biggity hit us with a $5 super chat. Says, if they did a normal show and Starfield still got delayed again, would y'all still be upset? Nope, not at all. And I'm not even upset. I'm just criticizing Xbox at their showcase last year. It was a dumb idea.
I'm more upset at the community response.
Yeah, that's 100%. 100%, Pong.
Right.
Like, because like you can just say one thing and it's like, fucking outcry, outrage, everybody. Why is everybody so pissed off about this? It's like, what are you talking about? We're just like criticizing the show. Mark2068 with a $5 super chat says, I'm 54 and still game. I guess I'll never grow up and don't care. Right on. Keep on gaming, bro.
Right, absolutely. 47, going on 48.
Yeah. Mr. Too Opinionated with $2 super chats. He doubled down and says, I blame Rand for the delay. $2 super chats. And he said it again. I blame Rand for the delay. And then Randall Thor 19 with a $5 super chat said, rest in peace to all my marchers out there.
Thank you, Rand.
Yeah, thanks, Rand. We drank the Kool-Aid at the beginning of the show, bro.
You didn't see it. We did drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Skullsy was gonna have to go on alone. Luckily, the Kool-Aid was fine. Any more at all?
That's it. Yeah, we're caught up.
Okay. Here's the deal, folks. If you don't enjoy the discussions about the bigger ideas, that's cool. I'm not going to sit here and tell you have to want to listen to me and Mav talk about the business side of Xbox and our opinion on it. That's fine. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. If you don't think this was a delay, that's fine too. I don't have a problem with you not thinking this is a delay. I know, everybody, there was a small asterisk at the bottom of the final showing of all the titles that said targeting.
If we got to rely on the fine print, that's a problem, you know.
Right. I'd rather listen to Phil and Sarah Bond's words through that showcase, and it was a completely different. And again, it was purposeful. They had a terrible 2022 as far as first-party titles go. There is zero debate about that. It was a terrible year. Maybe the worst in Xbox's history. They knew that. They knew they had to go big because they knew what the conversation was out there. Not just from this little tiny piece of the community, but they knew the media was starting to write articles about Xbox's first-party problems. And again, you could say it's biased. That's fine. The media is biased. I say it all the time. I come down on journalists all the time. But the funny fact is that their first parties weren't producing. So they had to come out big, and they had to show. And that's what they did. And they themselves, as Mav said, determined to do this. They are the ones who came out there and had Sarah Bond say, you will be playing these games in the next 12 months. That wasn't something that they had to do. Had they come out and said, these are the games you're going to, hey, and again, I'm not saying that they literally come out and say, hey, we know we're having a bad 2022, so we want to show you what you're going to have in 2023. But had they just said, these are the games you're going to be playing in 2023, cool. Would there have been conversations about what does that mean? When are these games coming? All that kind of stuff? Sure. There would have been those conversations, but you never would have made the commitment to your consumers. And there's this little thing in business that has become extremely important over about the last 5 to 10 years. And it's a metric. It's a metric that actually Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, any major corporation puts a lot of money into studying and analyzing. And it's called consumer trust. And you can say, I don't care. Nobody's going to remember this when Starfield comes out and it's the game of the year. You can say all that. But let's say Starfield comes out and is game of the year. And let's say they go back to this 12-month thing. Are you going to trust them the next show that they come out and say these games are going to be out in the next 12 months? Or is there going to be a little voice in the back of your head that says, nah, I ain't falling for this. I know they're probably going to be delays in there. That's consumer trust. And these companies do care about consumer trust. And you can say, well, what about, and I'm not one of these guys who hates whataboutisms, actually. Okay, I'm not. That goes back to Socrates, okay? Back in old times. That's actually a poor part of debate. So I don't care about whataboutism. That's a new thing that people started to try to shut down conversations. Well, you can't do whataboutism. You can. So let's quickly talk about that. What about Nintendo? what about Sony delays? Well, there's this other thing that these companies can do, which is build up goodwill with their consumers.
Yes.
They can build up goodwill, and they can spend that goodwill with mistakes. Now, Nintendo has been building goodwill for decade upon decade. They have a rabid fan base, and you ask why their fans never speak out about Nintendo. Well, that's why, because they've built up so much goodwill. Their fans are willing to put up with pretty much anything at this point, including buying $100 cardboard with Nintendo printed on it. Okay? That's called goodwill. Sony's built up goodwill. However, they spent a ton of it during the PS3 era. They spent a ton of it. Meanwhile, Xbox was building up goodwill during the Xbox 360 era. So Sony was spending their goodwill. Xbox was building their goodwill. Now, keep in mind, Sony's got other goodwill built up from before. But anyways, that's what was happening. Then the roles reversed. Come Xbox One, PS4 generation. Xbox started spending their goodwill immediately with that terrible, terrible Xbox One show. Terrible communication. TV, Donnie D, all of it. PS4, in turn, started rebuilding theirs again. So that's where it stands today. So you ask, well, why does Sony get away with it? Because they have this goodwill built up. And also because when they delay a game, they've already had 2 or 3 released prior to it, first party. Now this year, I've already started talking about this. So you guys say, well, you guys are going to come at that. Listen, this year, I've already started saying, this could be the year. If all they have is Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy 16 is a paid-for exclusive because they had to do that. Well, they didn't have to, but we already knew they were going to. But they're manufacturing exclusives. If Spider-Man 2 is the only first-party title that they get out this year, big title, then I'm going to say Sony had a terrible year.
Yeah.
They were due.
100%.
They had a terrible year.
It's the VR year for them. And if
The
Spider-Man,
VR year.
if
And I say
Spider-Man
that's
2
unacceptable.
gets delayed out of this year as well, oh, they'll get a lot of smoke.
Yeah,
that'd be like Xbox's first party
Absolutely.
last year, right?
So, but to get back to Xbox again, and I'll cut this short, and then we'll get on with the show because we got a lot to talk about. But again, the criticism comes down to the fact that from my opinion, and it doesn't have to be yours. You don't have to share it. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to care. None of it. None of it's required. From my opinion, Microsoft is in third place. They're trying to build back, right? We all know this. They're buying the ABK deal. They're spending a ton of money. One of their shortfalls still, and they've done better, and we've praised them when they've done good things. One of their shortfalls still is their marketing and their communication. And this right here erodes some of what they're trying to build towards. And that's all Mav and I are trying to say. We want Xbox to continue to build and build and build. And when they do something like this, whether you believe it or not, again, that's fine. If you don't believe any of this and you say it's all bullshit, don't care, you don't know what you're talking about, that's fine. I don't have a problem with you holding that opinion. But from my perspective and why I want to talk about it is because I see it as a detriment to what Microsoft wants to do in the future, where Xbox wants to be. You have to continuously build goodwill when you're playing from behind. Right now, Microsoft is behind. They're certainly trying to do their thing to get in front, and I give them all the credit in the world, but they can't have these little mistakes where even if it's subconsciously, it creates a little bit of doubt. And again, it would. They come out this E3 and say, oh, here's 12 months. You're going to be playing all these games in 12 months. I can tell you that there is more people than last year that would not believe that statement because of what happened. And that's not a good thing. You could say it's small. It's not a good thing in the end game. Okay? You have to be consistent, and there's no reason for it. Like Mav said, there was no reason to do that.
Yeah.
Didn't have to do that. And also be on record again. I've said this previously, but I'll go back on record again so you all can hear me. I hope that all companies, not just Xbox and Microsoft, I hope all companies start going away from giving us release dates or release windows until they are well into development, until they are sure they have it locked down. I am cool with that. I do not need release dates from any of these companies.
Yeah. All of them.
I don't.
It's
That's what I said.
It's like every fucking game gets delayed.
Right.
Like it's like almost every fucking game gets delayed. And I still see a lot of people in the chat like, games need more time. These games are bigger.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%. That's what we're
100%
saying.
agreed.
That's
Yes.
what we're saying. That 100%. Things change all the time.
Yes.
So why put yourself in a box that doesn't need to be there?
Correct.
Why paint yourself into a corner? Pin yourself into a corner when it doesn't need to exist, right? Just when you're 100% certain.
Correct.
Then give the window.
Yep.
And if it's enough lead up time, then do a second thing where you reveal the release date, right?
Right.
Only if and when you're 100% certain, especially if you're dedicating an entire E3 biggest show of the year for the entire brand around that idea, right? Especially then. We said it this is why we're talking about this, because we said last year.
Yes.
We said last year after that 12-month show, if they didn't hit those targets, we're going to give them the smoke they deserve and criticize. And everybody was like, yeah, it makes sense. But guess what? Xbox counted on this. They counted on people's forgetfulness. It's in the past. Long time has passed now. Who cares? It's a PR thing. It's a marketing thing. They've moved past it. They don't hit those targets now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now, right?
Yep.
It's all bullshit, right? It's bullshit.
Yep.
They were never 100% certain that Starfield was going to hit within those 12 months. No. They were never 100% certain that Forza Motorsport was going to hit those 12 months, especially when shortly after then they said that it wasn't probably till January that Forza was going to be in polishing phase. We had optimism here because we thought that Xbox could not be stupid enough.
Yeah.
They could not be dumb enough to put this artificial barrier around themselves and this extra pressure on not only them, but the developers, unless they were 100% certain they were going to hit those deadlines. That was one of the main reasons we believed in March.
Yep.
For Starfield.
Correct.
Turns out either Xbox is completely ignorant to what's going on at the development studios, or they were just flat out just giving us a bunch of bullshit just to appease people at the time and with this idea and concept of a 12-month show. I understand delays happen. If they had not said anything about a 12-month thing, it'd be a completely different conversation. There would be no conversation about this. This is not about Starfield. This is not about Forza. It's not about Aura. This is about the showcase last year that now we have more answers to and saying, why did you do that? Right? Why, again, would you do that? It just doesn't make any sense.
No.
It's like promising somebody or telling somebody something and then not doing it time and time again.
Trust.
So at some point, you have to start doing what you say. And if you don't have to say it, don't say it. They didn't have to say it. Nobody said, hey, you got to do this. You got to do this. This was their idea. So why do it unless you 100% know?
And if you're one of those people that are sick of people talking about, oh, what about is Xbox have a problem with mismanagement? Does Xbox have these issues here and there? If you're one of those people that hate that talk, then you should absolutely want Xbox to stop doing this, because this just feeds that beast as well. Because in my eyes, when you do something like this, all those questions are in fair play. Because again, none of us are going to know for sure what happened behind the scenes. None of us are going to know exactly what went down. We don't get that privilege. But why those questions exist is because Microsoft created a lot of that themselves. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And it's not our job as consumers to take those portions of their reputation that people question out of the trash and clean it up for them. That's Microsoft's responsibility and Xbox's responsibility to do something different than they have to clean up those questions themselves. And again, I'm not saying all the questions are fair. I'm not saying all the questions are right, but why they exist in a lot of ways is because of things like this. And again, some of it's BS, some of it's just console war nonsense. But again, there's some valid questions out there that still have to be answered in the long term by Xbox themselves, not by their consumers laying down in front of them, taking a bullet for them time and time again, not from us on podcasts, spouting rainbows and sunshine 24/7 about everything. No, they have to do it themselves. And all we're saying, and a lot of people are saying, is, hey, Xbox, stop shooting yourselves in the foot.
It's
and
and again,
have to.
again and again in the chat, people. This is not about a delay.
No,
this is about messaging. This is about marketing. It's about Xbox not continuously putting themselves in those situations.
Correct.
We've said, like, I don't know, like, how many times we can say, like, happy that the game is coming out in September. Yep. I think it's a good date. I actually think it's maybe one of the best dates for the game, honestly. I think, like, if they needed more time, that's an amazing thing. Give them more time, 100%. Have no issues with any of that whatsoever. I'm going to say it again. 0 issues with the Starfield delay. 0. Point blank. None. I'm going to say it again. I have
what they want to hear.
0 issues with the Starfield delay. If they need more time, they need more time. I'm super fucking hyped for the game. It's going to be one of the best games of all time. It's my most anticipated game of the year. It is my most anticipated game of the year. I have zero problems with the delay. With the delay, I have 0 problems. Let me say it again. I have 0 problems.
Why do you want the devs to crunch? Why do you want the devs to crunch?
Over and over again on Twitter, everywhere. It's like Jesus. I don't understand.
People hear what they want to hear. They hear what they want to hear.
I don't like Xbox messaging, putting themselves in unnecessary boxes. Point blank. We said this last year after the show.
Yes, we did. I said I was all for the 12-month shows if they could
deliver it.
I said this would be great. If I can go into each E3 and they're going to tell me what I'm playing for the next 12 months and they hit those marks, great idea. But if they don't, then you're going to have questions. Then you're going to have discussion. Then you're going to have people that are disappointed, right? You're just going to have that. And you built it yourself. You built it in yourself when you didn't need to do it. That's our whole point. Xbox did not need to come out and make a commitment. That's it. Pure and simple. And we don't want to see them doing it going forward. And for a fact, we know there are people at Xbox that do watch Fun Speculation Network. So again, we talk about this stuff because we are heard, and it comes from a place of not hate. We're not a fanboy channel, a Sony fanboy channel that talks about Xbox hate 24/7. We're Xbox fans
trying to help
want
Xbox
to see the company do better. And again, we have talked about topics that have come true in the past.
And we say this all the time, Pong.
Yes.
About the defenders of PlayStation. Every time they fucking do something, and it's like they can do no wrong. They always just like can do wrong, and it's one of the biggest problems with that because no matter what it is, the whole force of fucking horse people come out the wazoo. And just like, no, it's okay, blah, 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 blah. And the fucking goalpost always move and changes and all this stuff, right? There's a small section of the Xbox community that is also like this.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. Of course, you're always going to have your rabid fans.
Right.
Of course.
And I get it, 100%. If you don't like hearing any criticism over any brand, whatever, that's not what this channel is all about. Now, majority of the time, we're going to even have more positive Xbox talk on this conversation. We had 2 hours of positive Starfield conversation before we even talked about this. 2 hours. We talked about our hype and all this stuff about Starfield, how amazing it's going to be. But the second you say that you don't like something that Xbox did, you're a pony. You're a fucking... You're just like, you can't say anything like that. You can't criticize Xbox. Why would you do such a thing? They deserve no criticism whatsoever, ever, for anything that they ever do. Well, me as a fan, like, I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm a Mavericks fan, right? I was at the Mavericks game the other night. I was watching. I fucking love the Mavericks. I'm a diehard, right? And I'm sitting there, I'm watching the game. I'm like, Luka, play some fucking defense. Right? I'm not saying good job. Like great job not closing out on that 3. I'm as a fan,
6 turnovers, Luka. Go.
As a fan, as a passionate fan of something, or somebody that enjoys something, you sometimes need to point some things out, right?
In sports, it happens all the time.
All the time.
And again, you've got your rabid fans that hate fans pointing out things that are bad about the team. Don't talk about the defense. You're not a defensive coordinator. You don't know shit. It happens there too. It's the same stuff. Right? I hate the sports analogies work, unfortunately, in this industry as well. But you're absolutely correct, Matt. If you're a fan, you're going to point out some negatives of your favorite team. It is just what it is. But again, this is why I say I'll never be that corporate fanboy. I'm never going to lay down. If you screw me over, I'm not going to buy your products. I'm not going to do that. Again, I've already said it this gen. I believe Sony is holding back the industry right now with their bullshit. So I'm not planning on buying a PlayStation 5 anytime this gen, even though there's games I want to play.
At PlayStation, I just sold my PlayStation again.
Right.
You know why? Because it sat there. I wasn't playing it. I would rather have had the money than actually the thing that was sitting there collecting dust. Right? Because there was nothing coming out that interested in me. I can talk shit about PlayStation all the time because there's so many things that they're doing that I don't like. Right? But right now, the thing that just happened was the Starfield announcement. And that added context to the show last year again, right? So that's why when we brought it up saying, don't do another 12-month show again, and then people say, why are you upset about a delay? I'm not upset about listen, not upset about a delay. Why are you crying? What are you talking about? I'm not crying. I'm criticizing the show last year that said that all these games are coming out. Well, why? You're pathetic. Fuck, why would you call you're pathetic? What the fuck? You care more about me being disappointed about a show last year than I actually even care about the fucking show last year. Like you're going out there criticizing that group of people is more. What's weirder, to actually have a take about something that you like and actually passionate about, or actually care so much that somebody else doesn't like something that you have to go personally attack them? Like you care more about the people saying shit about something than you actually do the shit that you're supposed to be caring about. So like, what's going on with your fucking mind? Right? Like, just like get a clue with life, right? Like not everybody agrees with you all the time. And if somebody doesn't, it's okay. It's okay. It doesn't mean that they're ignorant or pathetic or stupid or crying or whining or whatever. It just means they have an opinion about something.
Doesn't mean they're a bad person. It doesn't mean that you couldn't still be friends with that person. It doesn't mean any of that shit. We don't always agree. Me and Mav don't always agree. Me and Steele don't always agree. Fuck. It happens. It happens. That's the way it works in adulting. It truly does.
Me and Pong disagree about stuff all the time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Of course.
I mean,
no.
I
just don't know why you like buggy games, and I don't know why you want Devs to Crunch.
Apparently I do. It's just what I want.
All right. Oh, man. Good rant. That was a good one. Yeah, we crushed it. We got that out of the way. All right. Talk about putting yourself into a box.
People ask if I'm talking about Fonz. No. I've seen that numerous times. I've been in DMs with Fonz. Me and Fonz are completely cool. I'm not talking about Fonz. He wasn't addressing us. I wasn't addressing him. So
again, but that is the problem with blanket statements. When you blanket something, that is the problem. That's why I always try to stay away from absolutes. Again, absolutes are a dark side.
Yeah.
You don't blanket statement things, even if you don't intend it, because it can come off that way. Right. That's another key.
If I were to go and list the names, it's probably like 50, 100 names that you could put out there. And it's just like, I'm not going to sit here and call people out. Like, it's just about an overall mindset. Right. And, speaking of Fonz, Fonz is a real dude. I love the guy. Yeah. It has nothing to do with Fonz. So I'm just putting that out there.
All right. If we don't have any super chats, I was going to get into talk about boxing yourself in, Mav.
Yeah.
Let's get into this. Sony, Jim Ryan. Oh boy. As part of the thumbnail, did LuLu come out swinging again? Whether you agree with her or disagree with her, she's on point. with most of her. Again, I've disagreed with a couple things she's done, but she's on point. And if what she came out with this week is close to reality, then Jim has put himself into a box. He has put Sony into a box, and you might as well put a stamp on it that says send to Timbuktu, because this ain't good when you're talking about regulatory bodies. This ain't good when you're trying to position yourself as a victim in all of this, and saying that everything that your competitor is doing is unfair, and then turn around and basically smack their outstretched hand and say, we don't want any of that. We just don't want you here at all. That's going to be bad news. And what am I talking about? Well, we had a bunch of movement again this week on the ABK deal, because we did get some of the responses from out of the CMA this week as well. Let me bring up this one before we get into the LuLu stuff. Let me see here real quick. I'm going to go with The Verge. Tom Warren did an article about it. Sony is worried that Microsoft will sabotage Call of Duty for the PlayStation. Documents from the UK's regulator reveal Sony is worried about Microsoft's strategies around Call of Duty. This entire thing has desperation dripping from it. This is absolutely unbelievable that they've gone this far now. Again, like I said, I don't blame Jim for going running around kicking everybody's balls. It's all fair in love and war. This is business, and that is war. He is protecting his number one spot, but boy, oh boy. Talk about scorched earth. Talk about this is it, man. Like, I'm putting all my chips in, and then I'm taking off my clothes, and I'm putting them in the middle of the table too. That's what Jim Ryan's doing here with this stuff. Sony has laid out its concerns with the Microsoft proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard, including a host of fears about the future of Activision's Call of Duty franchise in new documents submitted to the UK's Competition and Markets Authority. Sony says it's worried that Microsoft could raise the price of Call of Duty, make it only available on its Xbox Game Pass subscription service, which is bullshit. Bullshit. It's already come out. They've offered it to you guys. And even strategically or incidentally degrade the quality and performance of Call of Duty on PlayStation. This is 100% projection, folks. Why would you fear this from your competitor? Except if you're looking in the mirror and either saying to yourself, what would I do if I owned Call of Duty? Or what have we done in the past already? This is 100% pure projection. Sony cites a specific hypothetical situation where Microsoft could release a Call of Duty game on PlayStation that has bugs and errors on the final level. Here's Sony's example in full. Microsoft might release a PlayStation version of Call of Duty where bugs and errors emerge on the game's final level or after later updates. Even if it's such degradations could be swiftly detected, any remedy would likely come too late, by which time the gaming community would have lost confidence in PlayStation as a go-to venue to play Call of Duty. Indeed, as Modern Warfare 2 attests, Call of Duty is most often purchased in just the first few weeks of release. If it became known that the game's performance on PlayStation was worse than on Xbox, Call of Duty gamers would decide to switch to Xbox for fear of playing their favorite game at a second class or less competitive venue. Oh boy, the ego. Oh, the narcissism. Oh my God. Sony leaves ambiguous whether this would be intentional damage or a plays best on Xbox scenario where Microsoft's close ties to Call of Duty would make it work better on the platform. Oh, heaven forbid. Xbox becomes the lead platform, Mav? Oh no, say it ain't so. We've never had a scenario where PlayStation is the lead console platform ever, have we? But more broadly, Sony fears Microsoft might strategically try to sabotage Call of Duty on PlayStation in multiple ways by degrading the quality and performance of Call of Duty on PlayStation compared to Xbox, degrading Call of Duty to ignore PlayStation-specific features, better controller haptics, of course, it's all about the haptics in Call of Duty, or restricting, degrading, or not investing in multiplayer experience on PlayStation. It's not entirely surprising that Sony would be concerned about Microsoft prioritizing Call of Duty on its own Xbox platform or ignoring new Sony hardware features. Both companies have been battling it out for Call of Duty rights for years, with exclusive skins, bonuses and packs, and all sorts of strategies for both companies to entice console gamers onto the platform. It's unlikely Microsoft, yeah, that's understatement there, Tom. Unlikely Microsoft would intentionally sabotage Call of Duty on PlayStation with bugs, though. While that might make a PlayStation console look bad, it's far more likely to generate backlash for Activision and Microsoft instead. The reality could be far more subtle. Microsoft and Activision may eventually prioritize bug fixes on Xbox versions of the games because their developers are simply more familiar with the platform, or issues fixes that could be quicker on the Xbox. There are a whole host of reasonable concerns around Call of Duty gaining subtle advantages on Xbox. PlayStation has been paying for, bullying for, you gotta be kidding me, for every single little advantage they can get for their console on almost all multi-plat releases. Are you kidding me right now? Subtle advantages to Xbox. Okay, but they're unlikely to add up to a corporate strategy to hurt Call of Duty on PlayStation and lose the revenue it would drive for both the platform holder and publisher. Sony is also worried about Microsoft keeping Call of Duty on Xbox Game Pass and not letting Sony offer the title on its own PlayStation service. Bullshit. Conversely, in its own filing to the CMA, Microsoft says that any Call of Duty game in a Microsoft multi-game subscription is eligible for inclusion in Sony's multi-game subscription service at the same time and for the same duration, but Sony clearly isn't happy with the licensing terms or pricing. The document is heavily redacted, but Sony says the terms would commercially destroy Sony Interactive Entertainment's multi-game subscription business model. Microsoft has offered Sony a 10-year deal on Call of Duty, but the PlayStation maker has not yet signed the license. Microsoft revealed it had signed a binding 10-year agreement with Nintendo to bring Call of Duty to Nintendo platforms just hours before key meeting EU regulators. Microsoft then announced a similar deal with Nvidia hours later in an attempt to pressure Sony to agree to similar terms. Microsoft has not shown any real commitment to reaching a negotiated outcome, says Sony in its CMA filing. They have dragged their feet. For all of you who don't remember, Phil Spencer put out almost immediately after the acquisition was announced that he had already contacted Sony and had already discussed that they weren't planning on doing anything with Call of Duty and that they would actually like to talk terms. So dragging their feet, huh? Got it. Drag their feet, engage only when they sensed the regulatory outlook was darkening, and favored negotiating in the media over engaging with SIE. Sony is likely referring to details of Microsoft's proposed deal that The Verge revealed last year, which PlayStation chief Jim Ryan labeled inadequate on many levels. Ryan also said at the time hadn't intended to comment on what I understood to be a private business discussion, but I feel the need to set the record straight because Phil Spencer brought it into the public forum. The CMA documents were filed last month and made public today, just weeks after the British regulator warned of potential harm to gamers and offered up possible remedies that include Microsoft being forced to sell off Activision Blizzard's business associated with Call of Duty. Sony agrees, shocking, with the CMA's initial findings and pushes it to address its own concerns through structural remedies like selling off Call of Duty. The CMA is currently analyzing 3 million Microsoft and Activision documents and more than 2,100 emails from the public, according to Sony's remedies notice. The UK regulator is considering responses to its potential remedies before a final ruling about the acquisition due by April 26th. Elsewhere, EU regulators are reportedly likely to approve Microsoft's deal. The licensing deals Microsoft struck with Nintendo and Nvidia recently have said to ease concerns with the European Commission, reportedly unlikely to demand that Microsoft sell off any of its Activision Blizzard assets as a condition for regulatory approval. All right, before we get to LuLu's KO this week, just talk about this math. So Sony here is saying, legitimately, literally saying that Microsoft would purposely damage the PlayStation version of Call of Duty to make PlayStation look bad and to convert people over to Xbox. And they're also stating that they've dragged their feet through this entire process, haven't offered them anything, even though we know that it has been offered multiple times. They're claiming that Microsoft would withhold Call of Duty from the PlayStation subscription service, PlayStation Plus, when that's clearly not the case. Microsoft has offered it, but Sony says we don't like it. We don't want it.
It'll
we can't
crush
afford it.
our model.
Yeah, it'll crush our model. We can't afford it. We have all this stuff this week, and again, we'll get to the LuLu and the. I guess we'll call it the allegation for right now because we don't know, but I'll take her out and phrase value when we get to it. But outside of that, this stuff right here, what do you think, Mav? Sony is looking pretty desperate, right?
It's looking pretty damn desperate, I'll have to say. They're squirming, they're squiggling. Now, this is the finally exposed the reports. And when were these originally filed? Do you remember when that was?
It's set in here.
Like a January thing, or
yeah, this was the initial report. The CMA documents were filed last month and made public today. So
okay,
last
so
month's
February. Okay,
yeah.
So it seems like Sony's grasping at straws here, right?
Yeah,
trying to
a little bit
think about what possibly they could say or do to try and make it seem like there's going to be an issue here, because they know that because the other issues they knew were going to get resolved, like the licensing deals with the other companies and all that stuff. So they're trying to throw as many pots into the fire as they can, right? They're just like trying to like, well, if we say this and this and this, maybe that'll stick, right? Maybe this will stick, right?
Right.
And it's just coming across as completely ignorant, stupid, and moronic from Jim Ryan, who's probably behind most of this, right? And maybe some of the lawyers and stuff too. But part of their claims was that Xbox was going to put bugs in the game on the PlayStation version, even after release.
Right.
It said, I'm like, so you think they're gonna like purpose? Like, maybe I read this wrong. Like, you think they're gonna purposefully make your game put bugs in it, right? Yes. To sabotage your version of the game. Incidentally. So I want to read the who did Sony buy recently? It was Bungie, right?
Yeah.
And they just recently had Destiny 2 Lightfall come out, and it was released on Xbox.
Correct.
So I'm on their forums right now, and I'm going to announce the known issues and bugs for Destiny 2 Lightfall. That is a Sony-owned game, released on Xbox. And I guess games have bugs. This is the thing, right? So, all right, season passes will be applied to the first character that account that signs in. Player should be able to set up crossplay before logging in. For more information, click here. But this is, let's see. Now the solo legendary sectors can be completed. With general, we got transferring a missing item from the loadouts via the Destiny API can cause some players to crash. The Radiant Solar status effect does not buff strand weapons, everybody. That's a bug. The Strand Hunter's aspect and ensnaring slam does not trigger some class ability mods. Big deal. PlayStation's got to be doing this on purpose, right? Sometimes player characters and weapons appear invisible after repeated interactions with the post-activity commendation screen. It's recommended to clear the cache and restart the game to resolve the issue. Let's see. On specifically on console, we are investigating an increase in crashes on Xbox.
Huh. Must be Sony's doing.
It's like, come on, Jim. Right? You got to do better than this. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is like grasping at the shortest possible straws that you could possibly find.
Or like I said, Mav, are they looking in the mirror and they are projecting what they would do, potentially, or what they already know has been done? Callisto Protocol. They don't own that. That's a third party, but they paid and they sent a huge team of developers to work on Callisto Protocol, right?
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, Xbox just so happened to be missing ray tracing.
What?
You forgot to put that in there?
Parody.
Right.
I wonder if before like they make their arguments, if like Jim goes and practices the lies in front of a mirror. Like, how can I say this with a straight face? You know? If ABK gets acquired by Microsoft, they're gonna put bugs in the game. Sorry, let me try again. If Microsoft buys ABK, they will put bugs. I'm smiling. Fuck, I can't do it.
It's one of the buggiest games in the world. Call of Duty.
If Microsoft buys ABK, they will put. I can't stop smiling. Damn it! I gotta figure out a way to do this. If Microsoft buys ABK, they will put. All right, now how can you possibly?
Damn it! I'm being serious.
Well, let's just put it on paper. I can't fucking say it, right? I can't say it Let's
I'm
just
sorry,
put it
I'm
on
thinking
paper.
about this. I'm thinking about this joke that Herman told me a couple hours ago.
If I put it in black and white, on ink, it's going to come across as real, right? So let's just make this nonsensical BS that they put out there is a joke. It's a joke to themselves. It's a joke to the industry. It's a waste of regulators' time. It's a waste of everybody's money, taxpayers' money. It's a waste of resources. It's a waste of paper. It's a waste of ink. It's a waste of Jim Ryan's breath. It's a waste of Brad Smith's travels. Like, it's just a fucking waste, bro. Like,
or Brad Smith's got to carry that contract around with him all the time. Even in the fucking bathroom.
Maybe they have like random things that of bullshit on a wall, like a bunch of post-it notes. It's like,
do.
hey, lawyers, let's just
Pull
come
that
up with
one
some
off.
random bullshit and get some ideas. And we'll put it all up here, and they're sitting back
running out.
with darts. We'll just pick.
They're running out.
We'll pick the next one.
Now.
Whatever. What stupid thing can we say that hopefully will get this deal blocked? Or bugs. They saw a bug on the floor. That's it. Bugs.
Bugs. They won't give us the option to put it in our subscription service. Oh wait, they did that, but we don't like it. It'll shut down our subscription service.
Yeah. They're scared.
Oh. Now that the EC is turned, supposedly.
Yeah. They're scared. I think they saw this coming.
CMA's last hope.
They were trying to use their leverage as much as possible. But at this point, they're just like relying on some random bullshit to hopefully get what they want. And I think that they're realizing they're about to lose this thing. And we'll see if the negotiations get further soon, because the more it gets closer, the worse Sony looks. And then we're going to get those reports again. It's just embarrassing for them. I don't know. I'm embarrassed for PlayStation. I'm embarrassed for Jim. Somebody needs to. I hope he has a good support group at home, because having to go walk around every day living in a lie of shame, it's got to be overwhelming at times.
Checks make up for it.
Checks make up for it.
Yeah, he's fine. He sleeps comfortably.
Yeah.
Corp on corp violence. I'm here for it. We also did get word too, Mav, out of the CMA docs, confirmation that Microsoft has offered the CMA to pick of their choosing any third party to monitor this deal, and Microsoft will pay for it. So that was legit. That rumor turned out to be real. Microsoft confirmed it, and then Microsoft also included in that, Mav. I don't know if you caught this one. They were like, "Yeah, we'll do that for you, but honestly, you don't need it. You're worried about people watching. Sony will be back here tattletaling on us anytime we break the deal."
Yeah.
Sony will be doing your work for you.
Yeah. They also took out those full page ads in the paper.
Yes, they did take out the full. Yes, talking about how much better it will be, how many more people will be included in this, why it would be great for the industry. They took out full page ads. I mean, which means that Microsoft themselves are still feeling pressure in the CMA.
Yeah, 100%.
They don't know which way the CMA is going at. They don't.
Yeah. They spent a whole $1,000 on those.
Yeah, CMA is definitely up in the air. So let's get to LuLu real quick, because everybody likes LuLu Cheng these days, except for Sony people and obviously a lot of journalists hate LuLu because they can't stand corporate on corporate violence, and I don't understand why. Oh wait, I do, because they're actually Sony fanboys who worship a plastic box and can't ever imagine somebody attacking their god. And so that's what we see from journalists these days with LuLu. So this was in response to Tom Warren's tweet about Sony suggesting that the CMA, suggesting to the CMA that Microsoft could release a buggy version of Call of Duty on PlayStation, which could make gamers lose confidence in PlayStation as a go-to venue to play Call of Duty. Sony isn't, and then Tom Warren went on to say Sony isn't happy with Microsoft's Call of Duty 10-year deal. Microsoft have dragged their feet, engaged, and they seem. I went through all these quotes. So Tom had tweeted this out. LuLu quote tweeted Tom's and said, Microsoft offered Sony, the dominant console leader for well over a decade with 80% market share, a 10-year agreement on far better terms than Sony would ever get from us. Now, again, remember, LuLu is Activision, right? So she's saying that Microsoft's deal to Sony was better than any Activision deal. Now, again, we're taking her at face value. We don't know because we're not privileged to that, but we're going to take her at face value. She goes on to say, we've also offered Sony guaranteed long-term access to Call of Duty, but they keep refusing. Why? And then this is the tweet that set the internet on fire. When it dropped, people were paying attention, and then all of a sudden it was like, wait. What? LuLu goes on to say, the CEO of SIE answered that question in Brussels. Of course, she's speaking about everybody's favorite, Jim Ryan. In his words, and she puts this in quotes, so she says, in his words, quote, I don't want a new Call of Duty deal. I just want to block your merger, end quote. This was behind closed doors meeting, February 21st, because Tom Warren came back and said, when did Jim say that? And she simply states February 21st. So that was during the closed door.
Yeah.
Boom.
She had the date right away. Just bam. There it is.
Right away. It's receipts, according to her. Again, we don't have a recording. We don't, nobody's come out and denied it as of yet. I didn't see any articles today. Did you, Mav, from anybody saying that this was not true, that Jim has contacted us? I was waiting for Christopher Dring to come out with his report today, saying Jim called me.
I think he learned his lesson last time.
And said that this wasn't happening. And again, I do like Christopher Dring in a lot of ways. Yeah. His writing, I've defended him. But I know who he is and I know what he is. So LuLu, knockout blow. Because if Jim said this, Matt,
yeah,
every single part of Sony's argument rings hollow. Every single part of it is fake. I don't care if it's true. I don't care if they believe it. It all comes down to this. If what LuLu's claiming, alleging that Jim said behind closed doors is the truth, there was never a deal to be had. Sony would never be negotiating in good faith on any type of level throughout this whole entire process. So therefore, in the eyes of regulators, how could you ever look at Jim seriously and say, oh, you guys tried your best to work out a deal with Microsoft, it's not working out? If this is true and if this happened, it's all gone. It's all an illusion from the start, which some of us talked about through this conversation, that Jim was doing things that he needed to do to protect his spot, and that we never really thought this was about getting the best deal for Call of Duty, that he really deep down wanted to kill this deal. That was about from the beginning. So when you hear this, Mav, LuLu coming in, right hook, Tyson-like, right hook, because if it's true, and I saw journalists come out, even some Sony journalists come out and say, for LuLu's sake, I hope this is true, and for Jim's sake, I hope this is not true. People understand what this means if this comes out that this was real to the regulatory bodies, or at least should. What do you think, Ben?
I feel like this whole thing is coming down to a he said, she said with the CMA at the end of the day. And I feel like Sony's coming out saying Microsoft's not trying to negotiate with us, because they've said that, right? Microsoft's coming out and we've been trying to offer them this shit all along, and they won't even sit down at the table, right? They just being ridiculous, right? And it's coming down to this with the Sony's hopes on trying to convince regulators that Microsoft's terms that they've offered are unreasonable, and they haven't offered anything within reason to them, right?
Right.
Microsoft is coming across saying, well, we've been trying to sit down with you guys and you want nothing, right? And hence why we've seen a lot of this traction. I remember her last tweet was about one of her last tweets was about ABK and them trying to call them and stuff, and them not wanting to pick up the phone, them not wanting to talk, that they've been offering them deals and all that kind of stuff, right? And now we're seeing this talk from Sony. So I think Sony's last hopes relies on them trying to convince the regulators that Microsoft is not wanting to deal. So that's why I think Brad Smith publicly held up that contract.
Yes.
As physical proof that they are trying to do this deal in the most public way possible, right?
No, it was all for show, Mav. They're not serious.
Yeah. So this is why it's coming down to, and I think that's why she's making this tweet and why she's bringing this up, because that's Sony's argument is Microsoft's not coming to the table, which is complete utter lie. And if you're right, if Jim said that, when they say behind closed doors, I don't know if on that date if it was actually to regulators at the hearing or if it was like in a negotiation with Microsoft or whatever, right? I don't know where that was said. She's saying it was said on that date, right? Maybe Microsoft was trying to negotiate with Sony on that date and Sony wanted nothing to do with it, right? Putting that out there is pretty big from her, because if that is true, that is damning for Sony, because that puts them in the light that they're the ones not willing to deal or even talk, right? When they're claiming it's the opposite. And as public as Microsoft has been about trying to talk to Sony, way back in right after the deal was announced in January of last year, trying to talk to Sony over and over again. We're offering them this deal. Sony's like, it's inadequate. We extended our deal to 10 years now. We don't want it. Licensing is bad for our business. Microsoft's wanting to sit at the table and negotiate. Sony wants to block the deal, point blank. So, pretty damning on them if they're not willing to actually talk. And I think it's again, like we just talked about with the other strange arguments that they make that I don't think are going to hold up whatsoever. I think it's putting them in a negative light right now, because they have an opportunity to do best by their gamers right now, by their user base, to go to that table and get the best deal possible. And if they don't, they risk potentially not getting any kind of deal that includes them, unless Microsoft agrees all third-party publishers, and they tell the CMA that it'll be Sony. But if they were to come to Microsoft, they may have been able to negotiate even better terms than what they're going to offer the CMA.
Yep.
Right? So I think they're doing a disservice to themselves and to the gaming community, to their fan base. And Lulu's just calling that out because I think she sees it's ridiculous. So
100%.
That's where I'm at.
100%. And again, if this can be proven, if this was said, if there was witnesses, this would be brought up to the regulators. It probably already has on Microsoft's side to say, look, none of this by Sony is good faith. None of it. And again, that's a huge part of this, because Sony is trying to claim, they specifically said Microsoft has been dragging their feet, only coming to the table when regulatory tone seemed to darken. They are trying to paint Microsoft as the one who doesn't want to do a deal with Sony. And everything, at least publicly, that we've seen, and again, these are corporations. This is corp on corp violence. This is war. A lot of it's going to be propaganda. But we won't ever know. And we've got to take it for what it is and judge both sides from what we know of them. But everything publicly has been Microsoft's with the extended hand saying, we will do a deal with you. And it's been Sony, that's not good enough, over and over and over again. So if this is true, and there was people there, obviously, it wasn't just Lulu and Jim by themselves in this room. So obviously, there's going to be more people. And this is brought up to the regulatory bodies that Sony, from the get-go, because this is Jim's mindset, is not here to get a deal. He is here to kill the ABK acquisition completely. So all this nonsense that they're talking about means absolutely zero, and should mean zero to you regulatory bodies, because they are not here to get anything done. They are here to kill this deal only. So I think it would have been brought up a long time ago when it happened after February 21st. I'm sure a lot of people had that conversation with the CMA. That back and forth. Again, haven't seen any denials. Seen journalists blow up about it, saying Lulu shouldn't say this stuff on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Look, it's her right. She knows what she's doing. She's put herself That's why I tend to believe it.
Putting herself on the line.
She's putting herself on the line. Because again, that's libel if it's not true. And she did it in a public forum, and it was also a closed door meeting. Now, there's no NDAs behind those closed doors. It's just probably a gentleman's agreement at that point that specifics of that conversation will not be discussed. Kind of like Phil's phone call to Jim originally when the deal was announced. That was probably kind of a gentleman's thing, but Phil decided that he had to go public with it because of what Sony was doing. LuLu decided she had to go public with this. But again, she's lying.
Well, if there's no discourse between conversation, that's when people go public with things, because it's like, why? What am I supposed to do? Like, you won't even talk to me. So, like, well, I got to tell people what's real if you're not going to even talk to us, right? So that's I really think that's what's going on there.
And even if it wasn't libel, it would look bad to the regulatory bodies to have her out here publicly trying to lie. So there's no way she would have put herself, I don't think, in her position when she's about to get a windfall of money if this deal goes through, that she's going to risk it to try to say that Jim said a quote like that. I just don't think so. So anyways, interesting stuff, Mav. Look, bro, we've been going for what, 3.5 almost hours. I did not get to watch the Capcom show or the Nacon show today.
Yeah.
Work was extremely busy. Did you get to see either one of those?
I watched like trailer highlights from both of them. I didn't actually sit there and watch through, but I caught it like quickly. Right.
Okay. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but I do have, I think I posted those.
Just had the Paradox show from.
Yeah, we also had the Paradox show earlier this week, which was freaking phenomenal. Of course, you all know I love Paradox. Oh my God. And they came through big this week as well.
Hey, before we get into this, let me get to these 2 super chats.
Oh, you got super chats. Go.
Kay Asante hit us early with a $5 super chat. It said, here's my tinfoil hat theory. Sony is using this to prime the pump for the 30% performance parity we're expecting. I bet they use this to complain. That's a good thought. You know, they don't want the underpowered console to be outshined.
And and that's a true statement, because when they're first party, they will use the tech that's in the box that has not been used by third parties as of yet.
Yep.
For sure.
Alvin with a $2 super chat, talking about Destiny, said raid in 2 days and several exotics disabled 4 bugs. So yeah, I guess he's talking about the bugs in Destiny. Yeah, Destiny, I'm just trying to paint how stupid that argument is. Every game has bugs, right?
Correct.
So Bungie didn't intentionally put these bugs in the game to sabotage Microsoft or whatever.
Maybe Sony ordered.
According to Jim, maybe it's like, let's fight bugs with bugs.
Hey,
we're gonna have a bug civil war.
Lightfall will be best on Sony.
Yeah.
So make it happen.
Send the bugs.
Send the bugs. Let's see here. Real quick before I'll do a rundown, Mav, and you can comment on anything that you saw, because again, I didn't really see anything. But shout out to Steele. He hit me up in our DMs real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Benji Sales put out a tweet. Confirmed day 1 Game Pass launches in 2023 so far, Mav.
Okay.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Atomic Heart.
Amazing. Great.
Wolong, Fallen Dynasty.
Great. I love it.
Monster Hunter Rise.
Cool.
Very good. Minecraft Legends.
Don't know yet, but they're probably going to be great.
Redfall.
Going to be fucking awesome.
Yep. Forza Motorsport.
Going to be best fucking racing game ever on the planet Earth.
Starfield.
Best game ever on the planet Earth.
Exo Primal.
I have no idea how it's going to be, but it looks really cool.
It looks really cool. City Skylines 2.
If you like building cities, it's going to be badass.
Liza P.
Souls like Pinocchio fans are going to be wet over this game.
Valheim.
Viking survival extraordinaires are going to be super happy.
And then Benji said lots more, and there is lots more. Flintlock.
Yeah.
Stalker 2.
Yeah.
Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, which already
Yeah.
came out. Age of Empires 4 later this year coming out. What else am I forgetting?
MLB The Show.
MLB The Show. Off the top of your head. I don't expect you to know this shit.
Oh man. Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. Hollow Knight Silksong.
Oh, yes.
Replaced.
Oh.
Jeez.
Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden.
We just got Guilty Gear, so that just hit.
Guilty Gear Strive. Yep. All these. He did say day one Game Pass.
Day one, okay, yeah. Well, for day one on Xbox.
Yeah,
that still
day
counts.
one on Xbox. Yeah. Do you think so?
I mean, when a game comes to a platform and you don't have to buy it, that's day one for me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
if it hasn't been there before, sure, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it still sucks. It's like
Blaze Blue. So
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Help us out, chat. Did you get Age of Empires 4?
Yep.
Splin said Kena Bridge of Spirits. I don't think that was announced yet, was it?
I don't remember that being announced for Game Pass. I know it's supposedly coming at some point, but
did he say GoldenEye?
No.
So that was in there. I mean, it's part of Rare Replays, so I mean,
yeah.
But let's see. Man, Hellblade 2, if that hits, we can't count it yet.
Let's not count that.
Aura.
I don't know.
Aura. Not announced for consoles. Do we count it?
Not for consoles. No. I'm not
Lamplighter.
Yeah, Lamplighter. Yep.
That was from the Paradox show.
Paradox show, correct.
That looked really cool. Was Capes announced for Game Pass? That was at the Nacon show,
so.
I think.
I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
I don't know.
No count show. Okay, so that's 14 to Benji's 12, right? So that's 20.
Curse of Benedict Fox. Great one, Dion. Thank you.
So 15. Okay, we're up to 15. So that's 27. 27 off the top. Off the rip. 27 games in Game Pass this year.
Siki says Party Animals, if that hits.
Do we have a date yet?
I don't know.
Confirm? I don't think so. Okay, we're going to say 20. We'll just stop there. 27 games for this year in Game Pass. That's 2 new games per month for the year. Minimum.
And there's be more. Because there's new ones that are added every month.
There's lots more. Right. There's indies. There's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we just found out about several that we had no idea about. Right.
Correct. So that's just 27 off rip of some of the biggest games this year, both small and big, AAA. Most of them bigger style games, AA to AAA style games, coming into Game Pass, 2 per month. Minimum. Of all games, again, whether you like them or not, doesn't matter. That's a lot of games already off rip. And that's not counting, like Matt said, all the little stuff that pops up, that pops in, that we don't know about at all. This is a huge year. This is a gigantic year for Xbox in particular. It's going to be a big year for Nintendo. Sony, if they get Spider-Man 2, if Final Fantasy 16 does hit, and I do think Final Fantasy 16 looks good, will be a decent year. Not going to say anything else beyond that from first party. It'll be a down year from Sony for sure. This is a huge year for video games.
Is Arc 2 releasing this year?
Supposedly.
That's a big game.
That's a big game. More people play that than they know. My kiddo used to play that a lot. We're talking thousands of hours.
What's
about big dino raids?
I got a list here that's starting to add some stuff. So Planet of Lana already came out, right? Or what came out recently? That was day one. Another indie game. Not Planet of Lana. The Planet of Lana is supposed to be this year, but it was another indie game in that same vein by a team that used to be part of the Play Dead.
Oh no, you're talking about Somerville?
Somerville. Yeah.
Was that this year or was that last year?
That was this year, December? I think.
I thought it was December.
But when was Somerville hit us up? Was it this year or last year? Ravenlock? What's Ravenlock?
Oh yeah, Ravenlock. That's the game we were going to talk about because I think that was in Nacon today. That's
okay.
An ARPG, Diablo-esque, I think, style game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say.
Let
me see real quick.
Cocoon is listed for 2023. Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's. I mean, again. It's not
sorry, I'm getting more. Sorry, I just saw this list here. So
30.
Thirsty Suitors.
Oh God, no. We're not counting that, no matter what.
Eiyuden Chronicles.
Oh, Eiyuden Chronicles, yes, and Suikoden too. 1 and 2 are coming too, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
In Game Pass as well.
Yep. Bounty Star. That sounds like a fucking 80s like.
Oh no, that's a cool Western. Remember that cool Western looking one? Like not Weird West, but remember?
I don't remember
cool
it.
Western one that was like kind of futuristic as well, but it was a Western.
I have to find. I have to
Yes,
find
Somerville was last year.
Okay, last year. My bad. Apologize. Flock.
Flintlock already counted.
No, Flock.
Oh, Flock.
I don't know what Flock.
That's another indie. I know what that one is. Yeah.
Okay. Then, anyway, there's like some other games like that. I mean, there's going to be more big ones, right, announced as well. But yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. Anyway, keep going.
Oh, and we got Samurai Warrior, or we got Shadow Warrior 3.
Yeah,
just dropped 2 as well, which was big. Although that wasn't day one.
RWK says Inkulinati was one that.
Yeah, Inkulinati is the preview game that came out. That's at looks like Pentiment style RTS kind of game. Really interesting game. I haven't dived deep into it, but I did play around with it a little bit. I played the demo.
Oh, Warhammer for console if it hits.
I'm not counting on that. Yeah. I'm not counting on that.
Dion Hayes has that for that one.
Yep, I'm not counting on that. What do we got going? All right. Oh, Psycho. Oh, did you just get that one from Psycho? Is that where you're reading it from?
No. Oh, did he send a list?
Yeah,
hold on. I was looking at.
He said the pure Xbox.
This might have been the same thing I was just looking at, but I'm not sure.
Probably.
No, it's not. It's a different one.
Oh, different one.
So is these just Game Pass games, or this is not just day one games? This is just Game Pass.
No, these are just everything announced so far.
That's insane.
It's stupid. It goes on forever and ever. Like, it's ridiculous. I sure hope Sega gets Humankind working on console as well. Both Ara and Humankind are supposed to be.
Yeah. Man, there was a lot of strategy games announced this week for console.
Yep.
Again, I love this trend.
Oh, this trend, yeah. So let's talk about this a little bit. We're probably boring the chat now.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We're off on a tangent here.
We're doing like what we do, like just when we shoot the shit and looking at stuff.
Shoot the shit randomly. We
have a show to do. Let's get back at it. Hey, this is PM in the PM, everybody. What's up? Episode 64. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button.
All right, let's do Paradox. Let's do Paradox because that was earlier this week. Let's hit up Paradox here real quick. Paradox, if you guys didn't know, had a showcase this week. You might not be familiar with Paradox. They publish a ton of games. They do have their own in-house studio, but they publish a lot of games. They are strategy, city building, 4X strategy. They do a ton of that stuff. That's why I love them personally. They had a showcase that was sponsored by Xbox this week. They have now a deep partnership with Xbox. This is freaking cool for me. Maybe not for you, but cool for me. So anyways, one of their big ones is City Skylines 2. City Skylines has been around on PC for, 6 years, 7 years now, 6 years, somewhere in that neighborhood. Everybody has been asking for City Skylines 2. I just got into City Skylines on the console. In fact, I bought one of the big editions on sale from a website for like 20 some bucks, a month ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was, and started deep diving City Skylines. I never gave Skylines a chance. I don't know why. I just didn't. I should have known better. Paradox is amazing. And guess what? It's a fun game. Well, everybody's been asking for City Skylines 2, especially on the PC side. It's got a huge community over there. People build the most incredible cities I've ever seen. There's modding community gone wild over there. City Skylines 2 gets announced to great fanfare. Looks amazing. Oh, by the way, it's coming to consoles day one. Oh, by the way, Game Pass day one. PC Game Pass, console Game Pass. City Skylines later this year, number 2, coming out, going to be a huge deal. Maybe not for you, but it's going to be a huge deal for a lot of people. Then, Mav, a game that caught your attention and also obviously caught my attention. The Lamplighters League. The Lamplighters League. This is going to be a strategy game, turn-based, set in like the 30s, 40s kind of era. Kind of Indiana Jones-esque.
Kind of like it reminds me of like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
That actually did hit me too when I saw it. This is going to also be Game Pass day one. This is from I'm losing my train of thought because I'm thinking of too many things at the same time here because we went off on a tangent. This is from Harebrained Studios, which is a huge deal because Harebrained did the Shadowrun series.
Yeah.
Right? So this is the studio that was formed by Weissman, who was the head of FASA Studios that used to be owned by Microsoft.
Todd Weissman?
Todd Weissman.
Okay. Yep. Just make sure I got the name right.
Yep. Used to be owned by Microsoft. Mr. Weissman used to be the head of a portion of the Xbox gaming division at one point for 3 years. This is one of the regrets that Phil has said publicly that happened during his early tenure when they closed FASA and Weissman left. They cut a deal with Weissman and Harebrained Studios, Hair Scheme Studios, Hair Scheme, God,
Harebrained Schemes. Is that
Harebrained Schemes Studios, something like that. Anyways, they cut a deal with him. That's how much they like him, to license out the Shadowrun series to him so he could remake Shadowrun. Weissman directed and produced BattleTech.
Jordan Weissman, sorry, not Todd.
Jordan, thank you.
Yeah.
I got Todd
correction.
in my brains too.
I wasn't sure.
Guys.
Yeah,
Jeez,
Jordan Weissman.
Jordan Weissman. But he directed and produced Shadowrun, MechWarrior, BattleTech. Dude knows strategy games. And again, Phil regrets ever him going away. Now he's back in partnership with Paradox, which indirectly means he's in partnership with Weissman again in his new studio. Here we go. We get the Lamplighters League, which looks absolutely incredible. Coming to Game Pass day one. Listen, I'm pumped. Mav, you saw it. You loved what you saw.
It jumped off the screen. Yeah. I didn't know who was making it. I didn't find out it was Weissman until after when you told me that. Yep. And I was like, oh, okay. One of Xbox's, Microsoft's biggest mistakes was what happened with FASA. Like, talking about Shadowrun, first-person shooter, talking about fucking Mech Assault. You know, you're talking about Crimson Skies, right? Yeah. I mean, these are legendary Xbox IPs that have not been seen the light of day since, right? So when you said that, I was like, oh, wow, I'm even more intrigued. Because when I was watching it, like, I love tactics games, right? I love tactics style games. One of the reasons I love Midnight Suns. I like XCOM a lot. I just like that style. I like that genre, right?
Correct.
Final Fantasy Tactics, one of my favorite games of all time. This game was like, this looks really cool. And then I found out at the end it was Game Pass day one. Man, hell yes. Like, that's a double jackpot for me, because not only was it a game like this, again, announced for consoles day one, but then it was announced for Game Pass. I'm like, yes. And the other aspect of this is maybe it could help rekindle that relationship a little bit with Weissman and Xbox and Microsoft. Like, if Microsoft is cool with Nacon, now I don't know if Harebrained Schemes did they just get a publishing deal with Nacon? Are they owned by Nacon now?
No, Paradox.
I mean, sorry, Paradox. Yes, Paradox. My bad. Yes. Are they owned by Paradox now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they're underneath Paradox.
Correct. So, Xbox and Microsoft are getting real cushy lately with Paradox. They had been rumored that was one of the studios they had been interested in acquiring. That publishers that they've been interested in acquiring. And since, ABK thing, they haven't acquired anything, right? They just like everything's mum, But this show was Paradox Interactive Showcase presented by Xbox, right? And you have Jordan Weissman there as premiering a game that is on Game Pass day one.
Correct.
That has me pumped, because I want that relationship to rekindle somehow, and maybe this is kind of a way. Besides that, just in the fact that this game was announced and it looks really cool, it's coming to Game Pass day one. Lamplighters League looks fucking awesome, so I'm excited for that. And it's this year. Another game added to this insane 2023.
Correct. It's fantastic, and I got the same feeling about this, that Paradox and Xbox getting real comfy with each other. And this has been happening over the past about 5 years or so. This has been happening, and they've been getting closer and closer. I love Paradox because they're not afraid to put their strategy games onto console. They're not afraid to do the ports. They're not afraid of the controller schemes. They're not afraid of any of it. Again, a favorite one of mine is Planetfall. Great game. Bought the expansions from it. It's freaking awesome. And just to add context, Weissman was creative director of Microsoft games from 99 through 2002. So he was creative director over Microsoft games. He knows Phil very well. This relationship with Paradox is a part of that, and this is going to be fantastic for Microsoft to get more of these types of games, diversify their lineup, become the home of just other things that even PlayStation doesn't have, right? PlayStation gets a lot of JRPG stuff, which is turn-based. They get a lot of smaller AA stuff from the East, which is very cool. Again, PlayStation 4, I had a bunch of that stuff. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of Western style RTSs, strategy, city builders, 4X that PlayStation doesn't get. And Microsoft is building that round too. And I love to see that happen. So good stuff right there. Paradox, go check out the whole entire show. I watched it back in 4K. Beautiful showing. Really cool how they did it. They brought all their studios in and made it like a live studio audience from all their developers, which was really cool to do. They were all super excited, pumped about all the game announcements. It was a fun show. It was a real fun show. Then today, Mav, we had, and let me see if I can find it real quick. Here we go. I'm going to read this from the Xbox Wire. This is all the announcements from NACON Connect 2023. And again, Xbox Wire put this out. We talked about NACON. Yeah. NACON is one of those Eastern publishers, and this is a Jasper special, actually. Jasper's the one who first tied NACON and said, hey, Xbox should get real friendly with NACON. It seems that that's happening as well. So today, NACON hosted its annual NACON Connect live stream. Again, NACON started out in South Korea. They were a South Korean company. They have now moved their headquarters to Japan. So you get the best of both worlds over there. They have a lot of connections. That's why NACON is up and coming. They're publishing a ton of stuff. Showcasing updates and trailers for a number of upcoming games. We've got to look at some big titles already in the works, including Lord of the Rings Gollum. Mav, did you see Lord of the Rings Gollum at all?
I completely skipped through it. I've got to be honest.
Yep. I saw some people's reactions on Twitter. Again, go watch it yourself. Make your own judgment. I've said from the beginning, Gollum, I love him in the books. He's the last character I probably want to play in a Lord of the Rings game. It's never interested me, even as a big, giant Lord of the Rings fan. But I know there's people out there who love this idea, who've been waiting on this game. This game has changed a lot. It's been delayed. It's been redone. Some people on Twitter today were saying that they saw it. They thought it looked like last gen. So it didn't look good. Now, again, I haven't watched this yet, so I'm not going to tell you myself, but go watch that, Lord of the Rings Gollum. RoboCop Rogue City. This is now coming out in September. I did see that today. This is coming out in September. I'm all about this. This is AA at its finest. I know a lot of people are going to look at it and go, oh, that's shit. The acting, they've even got Peter Weller returning, although some people claim now it doesn't sound like Peter Weller, even though it's Peter Weller as RoboCop. I don't care. I don't care. It's RoboCop. However, it's coming out in September. What's coming out in September, Mav?
It's this little game that made by Todd Howard. It's called Starfield.
Yeah. So RoboCop, I will be picking up when it's probably on sale in sometime in 2024. That'll probably be where I'm at with RoboCop, but I am going to get it. I love this. It is straight from the movies. Mav, did you see this one?
Yeah, it looked okay. I mean, I wasn't like blown away by it, but it was like it was RoboCop still to the core. So I'm gonna definitely play it. The gameplay didn't look the most exciting, right? Nope. So taking that away, it still like had that RoboCop vibe to it all over it and stuff. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna have some fun playing that at some point. Right. And I'm like you, I'll pick it up probably later when it's on sale or something.
Yep. And it's by the Terminator Resistance.
Well, Trey Mac says it's on Game Pass. RoboCop is on Game Pass.
I did not hear that today, that RoboCop was on Game Pass.
Maybe Trey Mac is behind and he's talking about Lamplighters League.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, something like that. I'd buy that for $1.
Maybe if RoboCop is on Game Pass. I don't know. Let us know, anybody in the chat. Jasper also had a correction for you, Pong. His thoughts was Nexon, not Nacon.
Oh, Nexon, not Nacon. Yeah. Thank you, Jasper.
It's easy to get those confused.
Sorry. Nexon is the one that started in South Korea. And then, sorry, Jasper. Yeah. Thank you for the correction, though. We do like correct information here. Not Nacon, Nexon. Nacon, though, is an upcoming publisher. They've been producing more and more as well. But yes, Nexon is the one. Thank you,
Ray Oid said we could just play a RoboCop mod in Starfield.
Oh, they do that? Oh my God. If they give me RoboCop and I could just play as RoboCop.
Could you imagine like an 80s action movie planet where you have like
Total Recall.
RoboCop.
Total Recall.
Oh my God, Total Recall.
If somebody makes Total Recall,
you can have like
Mars?
3 boobed ladies walking around everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, And there's Mars in this game. And
yeah.
Anybody who is a part of the community for Starfield modding, please put that at the top of your list, please.
I got another Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Oh.
Dune.
Yeah, all of it.
Oh,
there could be a whole Dune planet. A whole Dune planet with worms.
Yeah.
Everything. Spice. You could be harvesting spice.
You could do Dune with worms, and then like you go to the next planet and it's Tremors with worms.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That would be sweet.
Be cool.
Oh my God, there's so many ideas. Okay, all right, let's go. We both got to get out of here at some point. All right. So, anyways, we got new information on the likes of aliens, bro.
Aliens. Oh.
Predator. Fucking
Predator versus aliens.
Yes, on one of the planets.
Yeah.
And you get caught in the middle.
Oh my God, you can be a predator and traverse the fucking galaxy looking for like life and hunt.
You could be a predator as a bounty hunter. Oh my God.
You could be on the hunt for aliens on these different planets, and then you could also be a person trying to survive against aliens and be hunted. Man, it could be a squad.
Alien versus Predator.
Oh my God. Aliens. Oh my God. Yeah.
Modding community, get on this stuff. This is going to be incredible. We're going to be seeing Starfield for 20 years if they do this.
Oh, critters.
Oh my God. We could do this forever. We really could. All right. Anyway, we got new information on the likes of Raven's Watch, which I think you just brought up, capes, clash artifacts of chaos, and more. So face your nightmares in Raven's Watch. April 6th. Raven's Watch is an upcoming dark fantasy roguelite. I was wrong. It's not a Diablo-esque. It's a roguelite where players are transported to Reverie, the world of dreams, to battle vicious nightmares plaguing the land. The character roster features twisted takes on classic, I have seen this one, classic fairy tale heroes, including Little Red Riding Hood, the Snow Queen, and Aladdin. 6 heroes are on offer so far, with more coming during early access. Each character has their own unique set of skills, which include a core ability as well as several offensive and defensive moves. You also have the opportunity to upgrade them with experience gained. Hop into Raven's Watch and take on corruptive foes alone, or party up with up to 3 other players and face your nightmares when the game arrives on Xbox X and S. Uncover your capabilities and capes later this year. Experience superhero carnage in capes, an upcoming turn-based tactics game.
Capes, right?
Capes.
Yeah. It was another tactics game.
Did you see it?
Yeah. It looks cool. It looks cool. You're gonna like it, Pong.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It looks cool. It looks like up our alley, man. And I think it said it was coming out to consoles.
Yeah. It's coming out to consoles in 2023. Xbox Series and Xbox One. More updates expected soon. Summon crystals that can stall your enemies as Facet, embrace the shadows and strike unseen as Rebound, or beam electricity through baddies as Weather Vane. Each hero has their own set of abilities, different in impact, but all equally devastating. Oh, well, that's cool. That goes on my list. Juggle dreams and reality in Ad Infinitum. I remember seeing this a while back. In an upcoming psychological horror title, Ad Infinitum. God, I can't speak right now. I've been doing this for too long. You play as a German soldier trapped between 2 different realities. In one, you'll explore the abandoned mansion and uncover the secrets that haunt it. In the other, you'll be transported to Eastern France during World War I. I remember seeing this. You remember this trailer, Matt?
Yes. I'm not. Yeah. This is not that game's not up my alley.
It's not a game up my alley either, but it is what it is. So that's coming out. Expect more later this year for Xbox Series consoles. Return to Xenozik in Clash Artifacts of Chaos on March 9th. I played the demo of this game. I tried to explain this game on Living Split Screen. I don't know how to explain it. It is a melee weapon-based brawler type game, fully 3D with cel-shaded type Borderlands-esque type aesthetic, but in the weirdest way possible. You play like a Frankenstein being that you can take body parts from other enemies and attach them to yourself and use those powers. And you do have different fighting stances as well that you can use during this thing. But some of the most outlandish creature designs, world designs that I've experienced in a long time. So when I say weird, I say that in a favorable way. It's just not going to be for everybody. And when you look at it, you're going to be like, what the hell is this? And that's probably the correct terms to use.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, even after playing the demo.
What was it called again?
It's Clash Artifacts of Chaos.
Yeah. I've seen this game numerous times, and for some reason my mind just gets annoyed when I see it. I'm just like
night day cycle. There's like all sorts of cool stuff.
I just want to look away when I see it. I don't know what it is. It's like this is not like some normal thing. Like, I don't know. Yes. I'm sure it's going to have a huge fan base and it's like going to be cool. For me, I just right now, it could be amazing, but I just have zero interest.
Yeah, right. It's the weirdest thing ever. Balance, Savior and Sacrifice in War Hospital. This is that War Hospital sim, which actually looks kind of cool. You gotta actually control the hospital and manage it. That's also coming to Xbox Series consoles on the 31st of August. Then we're getting another Robin Hood game. The last one didn't do so well, Mav. Did you see this one? Did you see the
video? I saw some, and it looked visually.
Gangs of Sherwood.
It looks visually like the last one. The Hood, Outlaws and stuff.
Outlaws
visually, it looked a little bit. This one is more like a co-op adventure game.
Okay.
Co-op action game, right? So I saw it. Even the gameplay looks similar to Hood, Outlaws, and Legends, but it in the combat styles and stuff like that. But it's like, I think it's more of a. I'm not 100%, but I think it's more of a story-based thing. You're going through as a group and going through levels. Maybe kind of like the Dark Alliance game that came out. Maybe something like that potentially.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Dungeons and Dragons.
That's kind of like maybe what it's like, except it's more isometric, more pulled back than that game, right? Not completely isometric, but it has a further away, like
okay.
And it looks.
They call it an action game, and they say up to three with up to 3 friends to take down enemies together. You're fighting off the armies of the Sheriff of Nottingham. They call it a fairy tale for futuristic dystopia.
It looks pretty cool. Like it could, like it's something you got to watch. Pong. The gameplay looks solid.
I'm gonna watch
like that Hood Outlaw and Legends game. I actually like it. Right. The only issue was it's only a multiplayer game, and it didn't have nobody played it. So it had potential if it had a base out there to play.
Bots.
Right, but it didn't.
Bots.
So
no.
Yeah, if it had bots, it needed to grow somehow.
I would have bought it had it had bots when it was on sale for like $5.
You know, it needed like Game Pass day one or something like that. It needed.
We said that. Remember that? We said that was going to be the test. Remember when we talked about that? That'll be a test game because that game should have been in Game Pass.
Yeah. I liked that game, but again, a multiplayer only thing. If it doesn't have the players, then what's the point, right? So this game is different. It's like taking a lot of the same concepts. It seems like, where different abilities, different characters and stuff. And it's a lot of action-based combat.
Yep.
But it's more just a co-op experience.
Fall 2023 on Xbox Series consoles. I'm sorry, my fall's taken now. Sorry, guys. No games for fall. Lord of the Rings Gollum. Again, go watch it. They showed it off sometime in 2023. It's supposed to be coming to Xbox Series and Xbox One, which is kind of crazy. I'm reading, this is direct from the Xbox Wire map, and RoboCop on here is not listed for Game Pass. So RoboCop Rogue City, September 2023, which we talked about. Other announcements, Transport Fever 2 console edition is out now. Short trailer for TT Isle of Man Ride on the Edge 3, which is a motorcycle game scheduled to launch on Xbox Series consoles and Xbox One in May. So that was the NACON events. And then let's go to Capcom. Capcom had another event today, man. Capcom is definitely out here marketing the hell out of Resident Evil 4, out of Street Fighter 6, on everything they got their hands into. Exo Primal, that was also now. And they shadow dropped a Resident Evil 4 demo today. So that was the big announcement today from there. Of course, Exo Primal, as we talked about, they finally gave a date, a release date, July the 14th. They're going to have an open beta the same weekend as Diablo 4. Mm-hmm. Okay, March 17th to the 19th, and it's coming into Game Pass. Are you excited for Exo Primal? I'm pumped.
I was already going to probably play this game.
Yes.
I liked again what I saw from it. I just got to play it to see if I like it. You know what I mean? But I'm super happy that it's in Game Pass because guess what?
Yes.
Now I don't have to pay the 60, 70 bucks, whatever they're going to ask for the game.
It's gonna be $60. It's gonna be
60.
$60.
And I'm sure it's something we'll be playing together and checking out, man. Like,
yes, we will be, sir.
I'm loving what I see. I like the different mechs.
Oh,
it's got criticism today from people because of the battle pass structure and stuff like that I saw. But like, if it's in Game Pass, come on.
Don't care. Hey, guess what? This is old school Capcom, Mav. Did you see the characters in the story?
Yeah.
Crazy, goofy, but cool. Like, really cool. Time travel involved.
Yeah.
You saw the sergeant dude or whoever he was, the captain, talking to himself.
Yeah.
In the future, like a different version of himself. It was cool as shit.
Yeah, and it had a lot of good gameplay in it. So I think it looks solid, man. I'm excited for Exo Primal and huge another get for Game Pass day one.
Yes.
That's a big third party publisher, a game that they've been marketing quite a bit.
And was showing at the state of play first.
And this is big when we talk about we just talked about Hood Outlaws and Legends. You're launching a multiplayer focused game. You know, sometimes you want the most people to play it, so it was a good fit, I think, for Game Pass.
Good date too, month after Diablo comes out, which is huge.
Yeah.
Give that space. I'll be ready to jump into something different. I'll still be playing Diablo, but obviously that's going to be huge. Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Again, this is a very cool looking game. It's launching June 30th. Go check it out. They've got over 37 music tracks in it. This is looking kind of cool. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak coming to new platforms. It's coming to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC on April 28th. This is the expansion to Monster Hunter Rise. So that is cool that Sunbreak is coming for all the Monster Hunter fans who now have fallen in love with Rise again as well, which is in Game Pass right now. And then they got a theme park, a digital theme park, celebrating 40 years of Capcom. Congratulations, Capcom. Shout out to you for coming back from nowhere. So that was the showcases today. Again, I didn't get to watch them, but I don't have a whole lot to say on them. But I am going to go back and rewatch them between now and probably Living Split Screen on Saturday morning just to get my eyes on all of the videos because I love doing that. And plus, I get to watch them back in 4K again. We mentioned this earlier, Mav, and then we should probably get out of here anyways. I got to get going too. So,
yeah.
We hit Living Split Screen numbers. 4 hours. All right, let's go. This is pretty impressive. Actually, we've done this before here too.
Yeah.
The delay, Mav. The delay that was announced today.
Oh, Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad. Kill the Justice League. Got delayed today. Unknown date as of right now. Jez said here in Q4, I think.
Yeah, it's so possibly even 2024 as people were saying. He said, I didn't see his tweet or whatever.
Listen. I just want to talk about this real quick because I want to get your impressions because my initial impressions were they said the delay was because they heard the fan feedback. And I saw a lot of other people pick up on what I was picking up on, and I want to see if you caught the fan feedback that was specifically given to this game is not something you're going to change with a delay.
Yeah.
It was about the core. And again, I'm the person I was on the minority side. I loved what I saw. Ready to play it, didn't care about the battle pass. I think it was cool. I'm all down for everything I saw. But from what I gathered from you, Mav, and other people who weren't impressed with what they saw, those kind of changes would be like remaking the game.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Is that the same thing you got?
Yeah, I didn't understand like what they're gonna change, really. You know, like maybe they're gonna make it more like not always online because there was some criticism about that. I didn't care about that whatsoever. There's a lot of games that are like that. But looking at it, like, and here's the thing: when I was criticizing what a lot of people were criticizing for, it wasn't that wow, this just looks like a bad game, right? It just looks like not what we wanted necessarily from Rocksteady, for me personally, right? And because I've been waiting so long for that next Rocksteady thing, and maybe some of the live service elements people will talk about and stuff, but for the most part, it was just the core essence of what the game is.
Right. That's what I heard from people.
Like, it's not, and I can look at it like, hey, the combat looks solid. The combat looks fun. Like, it looks like it has a cool story. It looks like, to me, it's actually probably going to be a good game, but it didn't hit how they intended because people have an expectation in their mind for Rocksteady.
Right.
And this is why I was a little disappointed, because it didn't feel like that. It felt more like experiences that I've gotten from a lot of other types of game creators before, other developers and stuff. And that's just my opinion. Right? There's other people that disagree with that. It's fine. But a lot of people shared some of that sentiment. The combat looked kind of arcadey. It looked.
People said guns. Where's the melee?
It was a lot of shooting.
Yeah,
right?
Where you
a lot of shooting, like pew pew pew, like jumping around super high and crazy stuff.
Crackdown.
Right?
Crackdown,
you know, you had your double jump stuff, all these things, and it did for me. My initial reaction was that gameplay style looks like Crackdown. It looks like Sunset Overdrive, right? It looks like Infamous, you know, and a lot of these games and stuff. So there wasn't anything before that felt like a Rocksteady game.
Right.
That looked like a Rocksteady game.
Do that with a delay.
Right. I know. So when they announced this delay, I'm wondering what is going to change about the game to change that mindset or perception.
Right.
I think this is one of those situations where they could realize that they didn't get the reaction they wanted, so they're doing a reset on the marketing.
Okay, sure. That's
possible. You know what I mean? Like, well, okay, we have negative vibes right now, so we're gonna rework things. We're gonna put together another marketing trend, relaunch later, to give us more time to put some other marketing things together to try and gain some positive traction with the reactions, and maybe show the games in a different light. Maybe it's about giving them more time for that, or maybe they're just going to go put Batman in it now.
That's what I was just going to say. Oh, now you can play as Batman.
I don't know.
Just kidding. But that's what I'm saying. It's not going to make any sense. I mean, a delay makes sense from the time frame that they were going to launch, Mav, because they were launching right before Diablo, the week before Diablo. Look, again, I don't care. You can say it's a different style game. You don't want to do that, especially if your game's not getting a lot of buzz, a positive buzz. But yeah, I don't understand what they're going to do. Like,
it's a thing. Regardless of what the feedback is from the community, if the game is good,
just
put it out, because then people will react, and then and then it'll sell on itself. You got to have confidence.
Guardians of the Galaxy didn't have positive response to the marketing at all. People weren't excited for Guardians of the Galaxy
100%, and then we loved it. Right.
Right.
If you have confidence in your game, just go ahead and put it out. Your reactions to the community, for me, could be overkill if the game doesn't need to be delayed, because at that point it's like you're just delaying based on people's reactions, even my own, and I don't see anything based on what I saw before of how they can appease me anyway. So it's like I'm like I said, I'm gonna play this, you know, like, and I feel like a lot of people that are still negative on it are still gonna play it. It's just not. It doesn't have the hype that they wanted, or that a lot of us expected maybe to have over this game. So, man, I don't know. So that's why I was thinking maybe the marketing thing, maybe reset on the marketing trend, show it in different ways, and try and regain that.
Maybe there's more to the combat. Maybe they thought that combat would show well with the traversal, and because they put a lot of focus into that, right? Oh, each character is unique in their traversal. It's all up in the air. It's all this aerial stuff. Maybe there is more ground and pound stuff. Maybe there is a different level to it that they didn't show off. Maybe they heard it's too bright. Oh, it looks like a cheery city. I want the dark, gritty Gotham back. Maybe it
didn't have the mood or the vibe for me of Arkham.
Right. Maybe they show off next time marketing wise. Maybe they show off like the bat when you're hunting down Batman, and you do get that more gritty vibe. Like, hey, no, we've got more biomes. Maybe this is. But again, my initial reaction, and this is somebody who was like, hey, no, I like this game, and I wasn't interested in this game that much at first. I was a little bit, because it's got Harley in it. It looked kind of cool. And I said, it's Rocksteady. I trust Rocksteady. I think it'll be a great game. But then when I saw this one, I was like, oh, no, I like this game. Now, again, it was coming out right before Diablo. This was before we knew Starfield was delayed. So I was like, hey, I might not buy it day one, but I definitely want to play this game. But yeah, I saw this delay and saw the reason. I was like, wait, you're going to try to appease the community in a matter of months when what I was hearing would, again, take almost a remake from the ground up with some of the core mechanics, at least from what we were showing.
Yeah, and at this point, the game's near done. I don't necessarily even want them to do that. Just put out the game and then just start to work on the next thing. You know, just work on the next one after that. You know what I mean?
Something. I just didn't get it. I didn't understand it. We'll see. I guess we're gonna find out at some point. We'll see how long this goes quiet for. This feels kind of like a Skull and Bones situation over at Ubisoft. Like, oh, they don't like it. Let's put it back in. Oh, they still don't like it. Let's put it back in. Like, how many times are you gonna do this?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a super secret version. Maybe Rocksteady will come out. Maybe they'll come out and say, no, guys, we were just kidding. We got a super secret version we haven't showed you yet. Give us a few months, and we'll show you our super secret version.
Our insiders totally testing it. Love it.
Yes, love it. You're going to love it, too, when we show it to you. Oh, man.
I don't get it either, man. But it is what it is.
Yep, it is. All right, brother. 4 hours. We nailed it. Got anything else you want to jump in here with at all?
Well, let's start a whole 3-hour topic. No,
want to go back to Starfield? We can talk about that for 3 hours.
No, I think we're good, man.
It
was great having Skolzy on here earlier, right?
Oh man, it was freaking amazing. I can't believe how fast that. Again, we always say that shit, but it's real. Like week to week, there's some shows that just absolutely go crazy. Like when Rand and us were talking, and all of a sudden it was an hour and a half, almost 2 hours in with Rand, and we were like, "What?" It was like 15 minutes. That's what it felt like. Skolzy, same thing. Again, I could sit here all day and pick his brain about Bethesda and kind of what his thoughts are, because he's been following and making content on Bethesda for so long. It's a different perspective. Sure, we share some of the similarities because we love Bethesda games, but he does have a different insight to it. I could do it all day long with him, man. It's so much fun. I had so many more questions I want to ask him. I want to ask him about gravity. They're going to be able to pull that off properly on planets and all that kind of stuff. But we'll have more opportunities. I think he enjoyed himself. I think he'll come back and join us after the deep dive for sure. And it was a great show. Chat, you guys were absolutely incredible. We still have over 100 people in here on a 4-hour show. That says something. We had a rant that not everybody's going to agree with in the middle of this show. So again, if you stuck through it all, we respect you, love you, thank you. If you checked out, that's cool too. Same thing. Again, whether you give us 5 minutes or give us 4 hours, it's all the same to me and Matt. This is what it's all about. It's about having discussions, and you guys in the chat were having great discussions amongst yourselves. That's why we love this community. Again, I meant it when I said it. Been in a lot of different communities. This one by far is the best. Even when I have rants about it, even when I have questions about it, this community still is by far the best. I have now met some of my best friends from this community. Some of the greatest friends I've ever had just by jumping into this community, and that is special. You don't get that every place. So again, thank you all for being here. Hope you all enjoyed the conversation, especially with Skolzy. Again, if you haven't followed him before, if you haven't checked out his content, unique dude who comes at it from his own way, but he's down to earth. He's not Mr. Dramatic. He likes to have fun. It's just a cool guy, and he knows his shit when it comes to Bethesda for sure. And now he's a game developer on top of it, so he's got the technical aspect. Guy is cool. Go follow him. Go check out his content. 100%. But Mav, great show, brother. Thanks for getting this all set up. Obviously, you got the invite out to Skulls. You got him in here, so appreciate you, brother, for everything you do on the back end. Caitlin, thank you again for another amazing thumbnail. I didn't say that in the beginning of the show like I normally do. Perfect. Again, when I just give Mav the idea for a title and you put together all that, beautiful. So thank you, Caitlin, for all that as well. Mav, tell everybody what we got coming up. We got Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. What's going on, man?
Yeah, you got Xbox Ultimate podcast tomorrow night. It should be a fun show as well. And we may have a return of a formal panel member tomorrow. And also, we have potentially an amazing guest as well. So Should be a fun show. I got to just double confirm on those things. I'll put it out tomorrow once I know for sure. But look forward to Xbox Ultimate. It's 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. And then Fun Speculation Podcast is every Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And, back here, usual times are 7 p.m. Eastern for PM and the PM. We went later today. Just I had wanted to accommodate Skolzy's schedule. But worked out perfectly. Amazing time. Again, like Pong said, check his channel out. His information is in the description below as well. And it's like we had two shows today. We had the Skolzy show, and then Skolzy Starfield show, and then we had our usual BS that we do, right? So love it. And thank you, chat, for always being a part of this. Whether we agree or disagree, right? It's great to have the conversations, right? And have fun talking about gaming. Because it's all fun speculation at the end of the day. What about you, Pong?
Remember that. Well, RWK88 wants me to have their baby. So that's one way to
you would take it? Did you have a baby to give to Pong?
I don't know.
RWK?
I'm taking it the other way, but I don't know. No, awesome conversation tonight. Thank you all for being here. Yes, tomorrow night I will be on Xbox Ultimate, of course. And then, of course, Saturday morning, set your alarm, set your reminders, get ready. Steele was on with Boom today over on XVlog, and he started in with a little bit of the smoke, but, again, it's Boom's show, so he keeps it cool. And he tones it down a little bit. But, Saturday mornings, that man comes ready to rock. I had to laugh last weekend because we do our behind-the-scenes kind of thing. Shout out to Grub and Minotti, who do that as well. They used to do that on their show where they let everybody in behind the scenes and then start the actual show. That's what we do every Saturday morning. We were just behind the scenes and Steele started on a 20-minute rant. I kid you not. He just started going like it was off the cuff, just off the topic. 20 minutes in, I just started laughing at him. I said, bro, we haven't even started the show yet. What are you doing? So that's how we get down Saturday mornings. I get in there. I'm a little bit tired. And Steele is ready to rock and roll. And then all of a sudden, I'm ready to rock and roll, get my pre-workout in me, and we go. So Living Split Screen is going to be something extra this Saturday. So be there 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Living Split Screen, all one word. 3+ hours. Buckle up. May have something going on, so we might cut it short, but I got to check that out. But it's going to be a fun time. So be there. And then Saturday nights, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. You got to show in there. Finally had a bigger crowd last week. We hit almost 40 over on PTK. PTK's been doing it for 6 years. Guy deserves a much bigger audience every Saturday night. So please drop on in there. It's PTK. It's Fuzzy. It's myself. And he always has great guests. Usually, like 75% of the time, we have a great guest in there. It doesn't matter. It's a chill show. Talk about all the topics. PTK has Fuzzy and I pick out a topic each and do what we do here where, we are the actual host. So it's different from that angle, but it's fun. Shop Podcast, Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Be there, please. And then next week it starts all over again. Of course, Xbox Factor, all good things green every Tuesday. Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick always has a fantastic panel. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time every Tuesday. That man does it 5 days a week. And then, of course, be back here next Thursday, God willing, PM and the PM. Who knows what the hell is going to happen? We got ABK. We got LuLu throwing punches. We got Starfield date announcements we weren't expecting, launch announcements this week. What happens next week, we don't know, but Mav and I will be right here to talk about it. Again, it's the golden age of gaming, people. My God, I just can't stop thinking about Starfield. It's the golden age of gaming. We are in the best time ever. This could be the best year in gaming of all time. We could have 3+ generational games this year. Get out there, enjoy it, play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Have a great Friday and a great start to your weekend. Mav, get us out of here, brother.
Thank you, chat. I hope you have a good night. Take it easy and peace out. And remember, stay smooth.